think we can start or sit down. Tell me, Françoise. Wait 2 seconds. Okay, we should wait 2 seconds. Ah, voilà. So we can now officially start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this final conference of the Working Yet Poor project. This project has been funded by the Research and Innovation Program of the European Commission and has been running since February 2020. So as I was saying before, it's a pre-COVID project which went through the COVID pandemic, and luckily enough that we could say we are turning the page. It's now ending. This is the final conference, and let me briefly present you some points, some highlights of the Working Yet Poor project that must be taken into account. We have spent 35 wonderful months of innovative research, interdisciplinary research, with 9 universities, 3 research centers. We have written almost more than 3,000 pages, submitted almost 30 deliverables to the European Commission. We have published the first book with Clover in summer 22. Another book with Hard Publishing is in the pipeline for September 23 normally. We have published articles, special issues, disseminated in conferences, research centers. We have discussed of inward poverty with academics, with grassroots NGOs, with the stakeholders. We have organized, believe me, a lot of roundtables and workshops at national level with stakeholders, including trade unions and employers' associations. When we started drafting the project, it was 2018. It seems an era ago. And we had in mind 2 assumptions that we needed to testify or eventually falsify. Well, the first one was that inward poverty is not evenly widespread in the labor market. It means that there are some groups of people, some clusters that we have called VUPs, so vulnerable and underrepresented persons, that are more affected by inward poverty. And these are low-skilled employees working in low-wage sectors, self-employed persons, temporary and precarious labor contracts, and intermittent and platform workers. You will hear this terminology, VUP, throughout the entire day today, and so please keep this in mind. And since the spread of inward poverty reaches particularly peaks in these clusters, we are now able to present to you what does it mean from a legal and policy perspective. The second assumption was that being working poor risks undermining our rights, not only our entitlements as workers, but particularly our entitlements as citizens, and specifically EU citizens. So this is also one of the main challenges of our project. You will hear in the afternoon something about that. And as I said, there are many aspects that have been taken into account, legal aspects, economic, statistical, industrial relations, sociological. Still, a lot remains to be done, because still we lack on-time or updated data. We lack full knowledge of a variety of legal regimes. We have in front of us still a variety of social security systems. We have current indicators of inward poverty that must be constantly adjusted and hopefully must be readjusted in the future. And in some countries, we had, at the beginning, complete absence of social and political awareness about inward poverty. Now it's not anymore the case. For this conference, we received more than 300 registrations. Some of them are online, some are here, some of you are here, and some will come during the day. But the important part is that not only these registered persons come from Europe, but also beyond Europe. We had registrations for Turkey, from Korea, from Israel, and including university, grassroots, etc. So today's conference is devoted to present you the main findings of our project. So you will see in the program that should have been distributed to you that all the colleagues who participated to the project are presenting. We also wanted to give you a snapshot of what we have done during the project. So you will see this brochure of around 20 pages with the main takeaway messages. But in order to prepare, to set the scene properly, we thought to invite two prominent speakers for today's conference. The first one, we all know him, is Commissioner Nicola Schmid, Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights of the current European Commission. And the second one is Professor Olivier de Schutter, United Nations Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty. So we wanted to start with two important perspectives, the policy-political perspective and an expert perspective on poverty. After the two first interventions, then the members of the projects will present you different topics during the morning and then in the afternoon. We will conclude this conference with a round table with stakeholders in the afternoon. So without further ado, I would give the floor to Commissioner Nicola Schmid. I would like to thank him warmly for his dedication to this topic and also for his proximity to our project, and particularly for his forward-looking attitude vis-à-vis inward poverty. Thanks, Commissioner.
Good morning, everybody. Dear Professor Ratti, dear Professor de Schutter, it's a great pleasure to be here and to start this very important conference, which is also in some way a final point because you are presenting your very important report. And this report, I think, fits very well, and you mentioned it already, with the work of this commission, because from the beginning, This commission announced that in-work poverty was a major issue we had to combat. Because in one of her, I think it was the first speech, President von der Leyen, and she was at that time, she wasn't even the president, she said, well, work has to pay, and nobody working should be in poverty. So everybody working should have a decent wage. So I think this was a very strong declaration, and I think that what you are doing now has to influence further work on this very important issue. And I think it is an important issue also in a broad societal approach, because it is the question about inequalities in our society. It's the question of exclusion, people working and nevertheless being excluded from the mainstreams of our society. So I think that for social cohesion, this is a major issue. And we every day we notice still that we have this idea that finally low cost is always the best option. We are in some kind, we have been for some time in an economy which I consider to be a low cost economy. And well, it is now difficult to talk about that because we are now in a more inflationary period. But this idea that everything has to be low cost, including work and labor, has to be at the lowest possible cost. This is something which has a disruptive effect on our society. Now, having a job should be the best protection against poverty. However, the risk of poverty for people at work remains high. In 21, it was close to 9% on average in the EU 27. This shows that working is not always sufficient to escape poverty. And you have already mentioned the reasons. Well, we have in also rich economies, we have low-wage sectors, especially when there was no minimum wage. For instance, one of the strongest economies had a very large low-wage sector with real issues of in-work poverty. Precariousness is still an issue on our labor market. Non-voluntary part-time, especially affecting young people, women, single mothers, people with disabilities. So I think you have very well identified also the vulnerable group. And I think this was very clear also based on some kind of economic, I would not say theory, but ideology. The ideology being, well, the more flexible the labor market, the better it is, because you can only create jobs with a flexible labor market. So the more precariousness you create, the more jobs you can get. And finally, any job is better than no job. And this still is, in some parts at least, the idea. And giving the example before of the US, look, the unemployment rates in the US are lower because they have this flexible labor market. But nobody told us that in the US, large parts of the labor market, people had not one job, but they needed 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. So I think this is a lesson we have to draw, that this has disrupted our societies, this has divided our societies. So the share of employed at risk of poverty in the EU increased, especially in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, reaching a peak of 9.8% in 2016. However, this trend towards precarious employment now has somewhat come to a halt at least in the European Union, but not only in the European Union. When you listen also the discourse in the US, especially President Biden, it is clear now we want jobs, people can have a decent life. And this is a decent living standard. So I think this is now more and more the right approach. So this containment in work poverty during the first year of the pandemic was due to the swift policy interventions put in place by member states and the EU. And obviously, member states did the right thing during the pandemic because a lot of money was spent, especially to preserve jobs, but also to support people losing their jobs. Although we have to say that some categories were sometimes also forgotten, especially young people, so-called self-employed, they were forgotten. But globally speaking, and here the instrument called SURE was a very strong instrument to support workers, especially in short-time work. This containment of in-work poverty, as mitigating policy measures have been largely phased out now, in-work poverty has come back in some way and must be closely monitored. Wage developments are currently at the center of the policy debate, especially since the end of 21, given the high and persistent inflation that pushed up the cost of living. Wage increases fall largely short of this high inflation, and this has led to a significant erosion of the purchasing power of workers over the last year in most member states, and these losses are expected to continue. Although I have to say, looking at the last figures about minimum wages, in nearly all member states where there are minimum wages have been increased, sometimes even quite strongly. So I think there is a lesson, nevertheless, that we cannot let just wages now to be decoupled from the price evolution, especially at the lower end of the wage scala, because that would mean that we increase in-work poverty and we increase poverty in our society. Low-wage earners are among the most severely affected by higher living costs as they spend a relatively high share of their income on energy and food, items that are driving the current inflation rates. However, other workers are also affected by the current crisis, and we already see that some more middle-income workers are facing an increasingly high risk of energy poverty, transport poverty, and financial distress. According to a recent Eurobarometer survey, the rising cost of living is the most pressing concern for more than 9 persons out of 10 on average in the EU. And this ratio is particularly high in member states that experience already high in-work poverty, such as Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, where the aftermath of the previous crisis, the financial crisis, are still there, and where the labor market is still facing some difficulties. Moreover, the second most pressing concern is poverty and social exclusion, which worry more than 8 out of 10 Europeans. Vulnerable groups are disproportionately affected by in-work poverty, low-educated workers, non-EU born, the self-employed, temporary contract employees, and part-timers. I very much welcome that the Working Yet Poor project puts a spotlight on several of these groups. Findings in this area are particularly welcome to inform policies to prevent in-work poverty. And I agree that our policy response needs to be targeted to the specific needs of each category of affected workers. Some words on the main causes of in-work poverty. In order to reduce in-work poverty, we need to look at the root of the problem. And I think your work is extremely helpful for policymakers to better understand what's going on our labor markets and what should be the right solution. Well, obviously, when we compare the different economies, we see that the economic structure of a country determines to a large extent the value added of its workers. And it is certainly about the level of general productivity in the economy, but it's also the productivity in different sectors which have an influence on the level of wages and make that in sectors, well, we have more in-work poverty than in others. Just an example, we discovered during the pandemic the so-called essential workers. And most of these essential workers finally are people who are or are close to in-work poverty. So what was the conclusion once the pandemic was over? Did we correct that and said, well, we have discovered you are playing an important role in our economy? No, not very much happened. And I think this is a lesson which we still have to draw, that when we are speaking about essential workers, we also have to draw the right conclusion and revalue the work they are doing by adapting or adjusting the wage. Obviously, and you mentioned it, the lack of skills and competencies among certain segments of the labor force typically results in low-skilled and low-value-added employment. Barriers to access to the labor market and, in particular, low work intensity of the household are also a clear factor. The degree to which workers are organized in trade unions has a significant influence on their bargaining power. And yesterday we adopted a recommendation and also a communication on social dialogue. And we noticed that in many countries all over Europe, well, unfortunately, the level of membership in unions has decreased. And the bargaining power of unions has decreased for years, for decades. And sometimes even policies have been oriented to decrease the influence and bargaining power of unions, especially during the financial crisis. So I think this is a factor which has to be really looked at. Now, the instruments available at EU level to combat in-work poverty, the European Pillar of Social Rights and its action plan set out the strategic framework to combat poverty and social exclusion in the EU, and the need to address in-work poverty is firmly embedded in principles 5 and 6 of the pillar and features among the priorities for its implementation through the action plan. As put forward in the pillar action plan, several initiatives have been developed at EU level to help tackle in-work poverty as a diverse phenomenon. Let me zoom in on a couple of them. First, obviously of all, let me highlight the Directive on Adequate Minimum Wages in the European Union, adopted in the fall of 22, but which is not yet, has not yet come into force because there are 2 years. And we have also now at least 2 countries who have tabled an initiative at the European Court of Justice to question the legality of this proposal. The directive creates a framework to improve the adequacy of minimum wages in countries with statutory minimum wages. It also aims to promote collective bargaining as well as better enforcement and monitoring in all member states. When set at adequate levels, minimum wages do not only have a positive social impact, but also bring wider economic benefits. They help sustain domestic demand, strengthen incentives to work, and reduce in-work poverty and wage inequality. But let's be realistic. Minimum wages cannot resolve all the questions about poverty in our society, cannot resolve all the issue that working people may be in a situation of poverty or very close to it. So I think this depends a lot on the overall situation of the person. Family, large families, well, even with good minimum wage, and I'm coming from a country with the highest minimum wage, if you have a large family, minimum wage does not prevent you from poverty. So I think we always have to think it in a larger context. Certainly, wages are crucial, but at the same time, we have to also to look at social transfers, social protection measures, taking into account the different situations of people, especially family, but also an issue like housing prices. Rents are very important in relation to if you are, even with a fair minimum or fair wage, if you are in a situation of risk of poverty. And therefore, a crucial instrument for helping us reduce in-work poverty is the implementation of the Council recommendation on access to social protection for workers and self-employed. Its objective is to ensure that those who work have sufficient, effective, and adequate access to social protection that can help prevent in-work poverty. However, the implementation efforts during the 3 years following the adoption of the recommendation have resulted in a mixed picture across Europe. The level of ambition in implementing the recommendation varies significantly. With a few exceptions, most member states do not address all existing gaps in access to social protection. And there is evidence that some categories of workers still don't have the right to social protection in several member states, where in particular the self-employed and precarious employees have no right to participate and benefit from social security. And that's why, by the way, this discussion around platform work is so important, because precisely in platform work, with a lot of so-called self-employed, bogus self-employed, well, they have no social protection, and at the same time, very often, very low remuneration, or so-called, because they are self-employed, they have no wage, they have a very low remuneration. And therefore, further implementation efforts of this recommendation are needed to close these gaps. Another important element is the design of in-work benefits, and this is very much related to minimum income schemes. In this context, let me remind you of the recommendation on adequate minimum income, ensuring active inclusion, which the Commission proposed and which will be formally adopted by the Council next week. Its objective is to help member states modernize their minimum income schemes to make them more effective, lifting people out of poverty while promoting the labor market integration of those who can work. The recommendation advocates the possibility to combine income support with earnings from work, thus ensuring availability of benefits for those workers who earn insufficient salaries. The recommendation also underlines that such provision should be carefully designed in order to avoid disincentives and that work should pay. At the same time, the incentives and disincentives resulting from tax and benefit systems should be reviewed on a regular basis. All these policies need to go hand in hand with a range of policies aimed at tackling low wages and improving job quality, including skills policies. Clearly, a strong commitment from national governments will be key to enhance the protection for minimum and low-wage workers and fight in-work poverty, but the last aspect that I would like to touch upon is social dialogue. Collective bargaining can contribute to fair and inclusive wages. In countries with high collective bargaining coverage, collective agreements contribute to lower wage inequality. And however, collective bargaining faces challenges, new challenges, older challenges, as well as new ones, such as the increasing prevalence of workers in non-standard employment who might not have access to collective bargaining. And therefore, the directive on adequate minimum wages contains several provisions aimed to increase its coverage and facilitating the exercise of the right to collective bargaining on wage setting. Social partners also need to ensure that the social dialogue remains inclusive. Overall, trust in trade unions remains high among Europeans. The potential of social partners to contribute to fair outcomes depends on the number of workers and companies represented by social partners. For example, to remain representative in future, trade unions need to attract also young workers, and especially young workers in different sectors which have not a tradition of unions. And this is an issue because, well, the big sectors, steel and so on, where unions were strong, where there's a strong, there's been a strong tradition, well, have been reduced. And now we have a lot of smaller companies where unions have more difficulties to be there. And therefore, I mentioned it already, what we adopted yesterday, the Commission adopted this Council recommendation on social dialogue, which is also in line with the implementation of Principle 8 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, precisely has as an objective to strengthen collective bargaining, better social dialogue, and also better working conditions. Now, let me come to an end. I want first to congratulate all those who have worked on this project. And thanks to you, Professor Ratti, for guiding this work. And there has to be a follow-up. I say it very clearly, because we cannot just produce brilliant and very effective and interesting reports and then say, yes, we have taken good note of this report, and then put it somewhere in a nice drawer. This cannot be. We have really to make out of this important aspect of our social policies, but going even beyond the social policy. It is a policy for better societies, for more solidarity in our society. We have to continue on this, and therefore I thank you very much for the work, and I encourage you to go on reflecting. And I, at least for the mandate we still have, we take the commitment that we will give some follow-up, political follow-up, on your ideas and your proposals. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Commissioner Schmidt, for your words and in your overall picture that you gave us on the Commission's initiatives. Professor Olivier de Scutter is our next host. He will probably speak at the podium, I guess. Professor Olivier de Scutter is UN Special Rapporteur on Extreme Poverty and Human Rights. He will probably tell us what is he doing at the moment, also on inward poverty. We are very curious to understand this. And we have also read your very innovative legal ideas on poverty as ground of discrimination. So thanks very much, Olivier. We are delighted to hear you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Ratti, and it's my great pleasure to be here and to discuss the results of the Working Yet Poor project, which I'm delighted has come out now. There could hardly be a more topical issue to discuss today. We are facing a cost of living crisis of unprecedented proportions, with high energy and food prices resulting from the conflict in Ukraine and speculation, high inflation rates without a commensurate increase of levels of wages and social benefits. The OECD estimates that on average in 2022, inflation rates in OECD countries was 10 to 12%. Yet wages were increased by 5 to 6%, leading to a decline of wages in real terms last year. In Italy, in fact, to take just one striking example, the real wages today are 12% lower than they were in 2008. The situation is similar in the EU and not to improve anytime soon. According to the European Central Bank, wages increased in the EU by 4.5%. In 2022, they will increase by a further 5.2% in 2023, but inflation, which was 8.4% last year, will reach 6.3% this year. In other terms, the fall of purchasing power of the average households will continue. And this is unprecedented since the shock of 1973. At global level, this is confirmed by figures from the International Labour Organization. Globally, real wages declined by 0.9% in 2022. This is the first time real wages decline in the 21st century, and the decline will be 2.4% in the EU. Moreover, as Commissioner Schmidt emphasized in his passionate speech you just heard, inequalities will grow because low-income households spend a larger part of their budget on energy, food, mobility, the prices of which have increased faster than those of non-essential items. So we have a cost of living crisis, but we have, at the same time, in reaction to inflation, rising interest rates. Forced to follow the lead of the Federal Reserve in the US and the Bank of England, the European Central Bank raised the interest rate on the main refinancing operations to 2.50% in December, up from 0.50% in July 2022 and 0% in 2019. This may lead to a recession and to make borrowing more expensive, with three important consequences. First, governments may be tempted by austerity and may reduce the funding going to public services, invest less in implementing, for example, the Green Deal. Secondly, firms may invest less and lay off workers. And thirdly, of course, households will pay more to reimburse their debts. And so we face a dual challenge, both in the cost of living crisis and in the response in the form of high interest rates. And the number of working poor, already around 21 million in the EU, 9% of the workforce, will presumably further increase. The challenge will be especially difficult to meet since a number of structural factors reduce the bargaining power of unions. And again, Commissioner Schmid has identified some of those main challenges. Already we know that wages have declined as a share of GDP since the late 1970s, in 99 out of 133 countries according to the ILO, and this is the case for many EU member states. To take one representative example, that of Germany, in 1974, wages were 72% of the GDP of Germany. Today, they represent about 62%. Why is it that unions find it difficult to strengthen the position of workers and improve their bargaining position? Well, first of all, globalization, technological progress, deregulated financial markets allow employers to threaten to outsource production to low-wage jurisdictions. And it is unclear, but it is unlikely, that the future directive on corporate sustainability due diligence proposed by the European Commission in early 2022 will stem this development. Secondly, welfare state retrenchment makes it more difficult for workers to demand better wages because they have fewer fallback options. Although I have to say, COVID-19 and the crisis that resulted from the pandemic is also a time of opportunity in this regard. Germany provides an example, since the Hartz reforms led by Chancellor Schröder in 2003-2005 have been in part revisited. As we know, the government of Olaf Scholz decided to re-examine the Hartz IV reforms on unemployment benefits in particular, introducing a citizen's income with the leadership, under the leadership of the Minister of Labor, Hubertus Heil. That is a promising development. Thirdly, unions are weakened because of still important, massive unemployment in many EU member states. Fourthly, they are weakened because of the weakening of union density. And again, this is something Commissioner Schmid has referred to. Fifth and finally, the development of non-standard forms of work, temporary, part-time work, platform workers, zero-hour contracts, or other atypical contracts, increase the risk of precarious work, including underpaid work. And there's a very nice study by Daniel Dumont and co-authors in the next issue of the Revue Belge de Sécurité Sociale, showing how in Belgium, for example, social legislation finds it very difficult to catch up with practice. It shows that it's very difficult for the legislator to continue to update legislation in the light of changing business practices. So precarious work as a result of atypical employment contracts may increase, and this will result in a precariat which unions are not able to protect effectively. So that is the situation, and the question is, what, in the face of these challenges, of these structural developments, what can be done? Well, firstly, I think very clearly that the EU level is absolutely decisive. And the reason is that governments at member state level still all too often seek to achieve or maintain cost competitiveness by seeking to reduce the cost of work, either by lowering wages or not raising them, or by lowering social contributions. My own country, Belgium, provides an example. In Belgium, there is a law of 26th of July 1996, the law on the promotion of employment and the preventative safeguard of competitiveness, that forces wage dynamics in Belgium to stay closely in line with wage developments in France, Germany, the Netherlands, our most important neighbors, thus imposing a very strong restriction on the autonomy of social partners negotiating in collective bargaining processes. So member states acting alone may be relatively powerless to stem this push downwards on real wages, justified by the need to maintain competitiveness in the internal market. That is why the Directive on Adequate Minimum Wages, on which agreement was found in October 2022, is so important, providing that minimum wages will be regularly updated to the cost of living every 2 years, every 4 years in countries which have an automatic system of indexation of wages to cost of living. And although this is now challenged by Denmark and Sweden before the Court of Justice of the EU, we very much hope that the directive will stand and will soon produce its effects. Now, the directive is a welcome recognition that creating jobs at all costs, if this results in non-standard, atypical contracts, creating the risk of precarious work, is not a solution to combat poverty. Indeed, the focus on jobs creation has occasionally served to justify the flexibilization of the labor market, leading to the growing importance of the precariat, this dangerous class described in such vivid terms by our colleague Guy Standing. And sometimes the search for jobs has been invoked as a pretext to lower social benefits, especially unemployment benefits, or for increasing conditionalities, the so-called activation of welfare, the shift from welfare to workfare, as it has sometimes been described, in order to discourage or to reduce the disincentives to work, ignoring the fact that having regular and sufficient sources of income are in fact a condition for job seekers to be effective in their search for work. They need a car to travel to places of employment and to receive training. They may need to pay for courses to improve their qualifications. They may need to meet medical expenses if they are to be fit for work. The directive on adequate minimum wages is also welcome because it escapes this threat or this ghost of the so-called wage price spiral. The idea has often been put forward that by increasing wages in line with costs of living, this would result in worsening inflation and ultimately be self-destructive or self-defeating. However, we have studies, most notably from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, in the World Economic Outlook of October 2022, showing, comparing some 22 situations in advanced economies of the past 50 years, that actually this wage price spiral mostly did not materialize, especially where real wages are in fact falling, especially where the causes of inflation are external, linked, for example, to the energy market or to a conflict, and especially where monetary policy is tight, interest rates are high. So that is my first remark, to welcome this extremely important directive on adequate minimum wage. My second remark is that social benefits also should follow the evolution of the cost of living. Indeed, Kevin Hartman Cortez, in the most recent issue of the European Journal of Social Security, argues, and I quote, that under specific circumstances, Article 1 of the first additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights, which protects the right to property, imposes on the states who are parties to the European Convention on Human Rights to uprate, at least partially, a segment of social benefits entitlements in line with the increased cost of living. Essentially, what Kevin Hartman-Cortez argues is that not protecting beneficiaries of social protection from the impacts of inflation is comparable to legislative interference with the right to property. Social entitlements, we shall recall, are protected as an element of property rights since the case of Steck and others versus the UK of 2005 before the European Court of Human Rights. And similarly, I would recall that under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, a failure to increase the levels of social protection, of social benefits, in line with inflation may be seen as a retrogressive step only allowed under the covenant under very specific circumstances where specific justifications are provided. So for these reasons, I think we must welcome the proposal for the Council recommendation on adequate minimum income ensuring active inclusion that will be adopted formally next week. This is a very important recommendation, and it is important not least because it recognizes the important role of minimum income schemes as automatic stabilizers, in other terms, operating as counter-cyclical tools to prevent the worsening of economic downturns by stabilizing demand for goods and services. It's also an important part of this recommendation is that it recognizes the importance of having to address non-take-up of rights. Strikingly, 30 to 50% of the population in the EU member states do not even claim the minimum income they have a right to claim because of lack of information, because of shame, because of the hurdles that they experience in accessing those benefits. And I think that is hugely important. However, the recommendation on adequate minimum income for active inclusion also presents some aspects that are more debatable. We should recall that the adequacy of minimum income levels is not only about protecting beneficiaries from poverty in the recommendation, it's also about not disincentivizing them from work. And I think we should be aware that for the job seeker, it is hugely important to have decent incomes and guaranteed income security in the search for a job itself, as I mentioned. And we should avoid creating the impression that unemployment is an individual issue of motivation of the job seeker, rather than linked to the structural issues and macroeconomic policy frameworks insufficiently focused on employment creation. The real problem is not that minimum income schemes are too generous and may discourage people from searching work. The real problem is low wages, which are tolerated despite the fact that the EU already has 20 million working poor, and I welcome very much the intervention of Commissioner Schmidt in this regard. My third and final remark is that perhaps we should think beyond the existing policy debates and reflect on the radical idea of equal wages for work of equal value. Now, this idea, as we all know, was initially coined to improve wage equality between women and men. The idea of equal wages for work of equal value was based on two ideas in that context. First, wages should not be set solely on the basis of market mechanisms. Indeed, labor is not a commodity, as the ILO frequently repeats. And secondly, the classification of jobs, and thus the setting of wages, should not be arbitrary, but should correspond to the reality of the work performed. Now, today, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the huge importance of certain categories of workers on which the resilience of societies depends. although these workers and the work they perform have generally been undervalued and underpaid, sometimes because they concern sectors that are predominantly populated by female workforce. I'm thinking of all these essential workers that Commissioner Schmidt already referred to: health workers, agricultural workers, workers in food retail shops, or teachers. Some of these are in the so-called poor sectors described in the Working Yet Poor research project. These are the sectors in which more than 20% of the workforce are low-wage earners, earning less than 60% of the median wage. And, for example, in the food services sector, some 41.88% of the workers are underpaid, are low-wage earners. That's part of the group one of the vulnerable and underrepresented poor that we shall discuss. So, in defining work of equal value, should we not take into account the value not only to the client or to the shareholder, in other terms the market value, but also the value to society, in order to reward better the workers whose work, unlike that of traders, for instance, contributes to societal aims, producing positive externalities? Should services be paid, for example, only on the basis of the ability to pay of beneficiaries, or should we also take into account their contribution to a resilient, sustainable, and inclusive society? Should my private banker really be paid 7, 8, 10 times more than the teacher of my children, the farmer that feeds my family, or the nurse who cares for me when I'm sick? Thank you.
Merci. Thanks very much, Professor De Schutter. Food for thought, I would say, particularly for us in the project. Let me now turn to the second part of this first plenary session, thanking once again Commissioner Schmidt and Professor De Schutter for their very innovative interventions. The second part of this plenary is devoted to present you the highlights of the project. So the first speaker is Dr. Antonio Garcia Munoz. He's currently postdoctoral researcher at the University of Luxembourg. He will present key messages on conceptualizing inward poverty. He will tell you something more about these VUP groups, all vulnerable and underrepresented groups. Thanks, Antonio. The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I would not like to.
Each speaker will have 15 minutes, but I'm sure colleagues will be on time. Thanks.
So, thank you very much, Luca. Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, Olivia and Nicola, for these wonderful speeches that help us to put some context to our project. Many things have been already advanced in these two speeches. I'm going to be a little bit more technical and detailed in two fundamental concepts of our project. So one is inward poverty, the other is VUP groups. I have 15 minutes, so I cannot go really into all the technical details, but if you have some questions, these questions are welcome. So I start already with this basic question: what is inward poverty? Is the first question we had to face in this project, and the answer is not easy. There are two elements in the definition of inward poverty. We have in work and we have poverty. And we have to define what does it mean to be in work and what does poverty means. And in both cases, there are some open debates, and it's difficult to answer. although we have an indicator at the EU level, that is the in-work at risk of poverty indicator that give us a certain framework, so we have already there some limitations. In-work, according to this indicator, is a person that has been working in the last year more than 6 months, so at least 7 months. Of course, this leaves out a lot of people from our definition of in-work poverty, because many people, particularly the most precarious, could be working less than this time in the reference period. And poverty here is a concept that is monetary, relative, and has a household dimension. That is, monetary means that we focus on incomes, which is what we can measure. So, of course, there is an open debate of other elements that are important to define poverty, but much more difficult to measure and to see. That is, relative means that it's a sophisticated definition of poverty that is not limited to the material deprivation of individuals or the material situation, but understands that the individual lives in society. So it's also a measure of an inequality. So we look at the possibility of the individual to participate in society politically, to participate also in all levels of society. So the threshold is a person is at risk of poverty when its incomes at household level are below 60% of the median equivalent disposable income. Median, okay, is the median. Equivalize means that we take into account the household dimension. I will go on this a little bit later. And disposable income means that we take into account the incomes minus taxes plus social transfers. The household dimension, I go on this now, is one important element of the definition of in-work poverty, and it introduces some distortions in our work, because we wanted to understand what's the role of labor law and social security regulation in the shaping, production, and reproduction of in-work poverty. But then we are measuring in-work poverty at the household level, so the composition of the household and the size of this household has a strong impact on the levels of in-work poverty risk. And this introduces some difficulties for us and some distortions because incomes are at individual level. Also, it creates the so-called gender paradox. That means that with the data of in-work poverty, women are a little bit better than men in general, but we all know that women are in a more precarious situation in the labor market in general. We will know more about this paradox later in the parallel sessions in the afternoon. Relative versus absolute poverty, this is a measure of relative poverty that needs to be balanced with a measure of absolute poverty, because otherwise we don't understand what we are talking when we talk about poverty. I will put an example. In-work poverty levels in Luxembourg are among the highest in the European Union, but material deprivation in Luxembourg is extremely low. So being in-work poor in Luxembourg is still better than being in-work poor in some other jurisdictions with lower levels of in-work poverty, but higher levels of material deprivation. So ideally, we have to combine these two dimensions to understand, to have a more accurate idea of what we are talking about. Static versus dynamic measurement. We have here a problem. We can see what are the levels of in-work poverty in a certain period of time, in a certain moment, but we cannot see the evolution. So this introduces also some distortions. For instance, a person that starts working normally will have a low salary, a precarious position, but it will be very important to see if 10 years after this person is still at risk of in-work poverty, or his personal situation has changed, and the same goes for the household dimension. And I put there vulnerable groups. In-work poverty is an indicator that doesn't work so well when we focus on vulnerable groups, and that's why working Jet Pool project, I think, has a strong added value because we focus on the groups that are not well captured by existing indicators. Therefore, I won't advance the policy recommendations and conclusions that will come at the end of the conference, but I can very briefly here advance that there is a space for improvement on the way we measure inward poverty. Ideally, we have to take into account a dashboard of indicators, so the combination of different indicators will help to have a more accurate picture of the situation, particularly combining monetary and non-monetary indicators. It will be very interesting to develop in a systematic way a dynamic view of inward poverty. There are in other indicators, this idea is already existing in other indicators at EU level. So for instance, it would be interesting to develop an indicator on persistent inward poverty. We should think about how to adapt the definition of worker for the indicator of inward poverty to include some groups that at this moment are maybe left outside the picture. So we need to think about in-work in a more inclusive way. And we should also think about a complementary individual approach to income to avoid the gender paradox and to have a more accurate description of inward poverty, taking into account also a gender-sensitive approach, I would say. So this was very condensated and very brief description of what do we mean by inward poverty, but I don't have more time to go into details here now. Questions are welcome later. Now I will go to the second part of my intervention. What do we mean by VUP groups, vulnerable and underrepresented persons? 3 caveats before I go into details in the 4 groups. This tool is an analytical tool for this project. So, of course, it is informed by existing legal definitions in the different jurisdictions, but it's not a legal definition. Each VUP group is not a legal definition in a strict sense. We wanted to focus on these groups of persons that have or enter in the provision of work in the labor market under contractual arrangements that deviate from the full-time permanent employment standard, although in VUP Group 1, as we will see, we also take into account some part of these workers. But we thought that probably atypical workers in a broad sense were in a more precarious position in the labor market, and therefore would have a higher risk of inward poverty, and statistics confirm this intuition of our project. And a third caveat, we are talking always about relative vulnerability. I won't go into details on the concept of vulnerability. There is a growing literature on this concept. It's a very open concept. The point I want to make here is that if we go to the labor market, there is this ample spectrum that goes from the reasonably well-protected workers that are employees with a full-time standard employment contract to workers that are simply invisible because they are probably, for instance, informal workers. So not all the most precarious categories of workers are captured by our VUP groups. Probably the most precarious are left out. We cannot see informal workers, for instance. But we think we have been able to capture some of the most precarious groups of workers. Let me explain to you very briefly what do we mean or which workers are included in each of the groups. Both Olivier and Nicolas already advanced a little bit on the content, but now I go into more details. VUP Group 1 are low or unskilled employees with the standard employment contracts, but they are employed in poor sectors. So here we only look at employees. Okay, we in this group, we are not including self-employed, etc. Low or unskilled, we defined it according to ISCO levels 1 and 2. This means those workers that are doing manual or physical activities that are routinary or repetitive, or for instance, drivers of vehicles or workers doing this kind of manual technical works. Of course, this is per se already problematic, this definition of unskilled work, but I won't go into details here. Poor sectors, Olivier already advanced this. Those sectors where more than 20% of the employees are on low earners, and we defined low earners as those earning less than 2/3 of the national median gross hourly earnings. In Europe, these sectors are mostly service sectors, food supply, administrative services, arts, and this kind of service sectors. Data from 2019, just to give you a glimpse, this is the group that is still in the best position. So although the level of inward poverty is higher than the level of inward poverty of employees, here we only can compare with employees because we are talking about employees, they are the best protected. So here we see that to have a full-time employment contract, it's already kind of very positive. VUP Group 2, we wanted to study what is the situation of bogus and solo or economically dependent self-employed, but here we had a problem. EU Silk only differentiates between self-employed with employees and without employees. So our sample needed to be limited only to solo self-employed. We couldn't see what we wanted to see originally, so this group is imperfectly captured, and also there is literature on this. The incomes of the self-employed, the data on incomes of self-employed are problematic. Still, this is, we can see in the statistics, this is the group that is in the worst position. Inward poverty levels in 2019 for this group were 23.7% at EU level, compared with 9% for the employed population. VUP Group 3 is flexible workers. Here we included fixed-term agency workers, involuntary part-timers. We don't differentiate between temporary workers and agency workers. They are all under the category of temporary workers. Involuntary part-timers are those persons who are in work, that at least 50% of their working time is part-time, and the reasons why they are working part-time is because either they want to work more but they cannot, they have housework or care work responsibilities, or other reasons. Also, this group is not perfectly captured. It's very difficult to capture when part-time is voluntary or involuntary. It's very problematic per se. Still, this group, the combination of temporary and involuntary part-timers, we can see in the data that is also in a much worse situation when it comes to inward poverty than the average employed population. You can see the data there. And I finish within the time with VUP Group 4, casual and platform workers. We wanted to see what happens with the most precarious groups of workers, and we couldn't really see because of the lack of data. So here there are some estimations about the size of this group at EU level. Probably there is also some overlapping with VUP Groups 2 and 3, but we couldn't really see. We can imagine that they are also in a worse situation than the average employed population. Thank you very much. The time is what is it. I leave it here, and if there are some questions, I will be happy to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio. I will now give the floor to Professor Christina Hisse from KU Leuven. She will give us a snapshot on the situation of inward poverty in the EU, a comparative view, because on the basis of the VUP definitions, we all compiled national reports, which then formed part of the first interim book of the project. And Christina, who was working in Frankfurt at the time, had the hard task to sum up everything in a comparative view. So this is yours, Christina, thanks.
Yes, thanks a lot. I will adapt this because I'm a bit shorter than Antonio. Yes, thanks a lot for this introduction. Indeed, our task was not easy. So in Frankfurt, we were more or less in charge of providing the comparative overview, which would then be the basis for our colleagues working on the policy proposals, well, to make sensible proposals. And I was thinking a lot about how to structure this presentation today, because in the end, if I try to sum up the 200 and something pages that I wrote in order to give an overview of what is there in the 7 member states that we compared there, you get a very, very superficial picture. You don't really get any insight into what were the questions, the complex questions that we were dealing with when then discussing with the policy proposal people what we should recommend in the end. And that's why I thought I will just focus today's presentation on one of those areas. So this first slide just gives you an overview of all the areas we looked into and we thought would be worth working on in order to perhaps improve member states' policies on in-work poverty, starting, of course, with sources of regulation, having to do, laws, collective agreements, and so on. The scope is an incredibly important issue because, as we heard, there is lots of groups, especially those VUP groups in the labor market, that might be excluded because of their legal definition, because of the way in which they're working, and so on. So we focused on that. Policies and instruments to foster employability play an incredibly important role in this context. If you only think of the fact that it was already mentioned today, in-work poverty, the numbers for in-work poverty in the EU have been around 8 to 10% in the last few years. But if we compare that to poverty rates for the unemployed, they are almost 50%. And for the inactive, so to say, they are around a third of them who are poor, actually. So in the end, of course, work is still the major path out of poverty. And of course, focusing on labor market policies, I think, is something that has been realized in all of the member states. This is very important. And very important impulses for this have also come from the European Union already. So we see in the member states very interesting policies having to do with the youth guarantee, for example, also with the SURE regulation, which was already mentioned earlier today by the Commissioner. So also a very important issue. And about half of everything I wrote was also about social benefits. So this is the last part here. But luckily enough, we will have another presentation by my dear colleague afterwards about social benefits. So I thought, in order to give you an idea about the comparative work that we have been doing, I will focus on this 5th part that you can see here in blue, which is about remuneration for work, and especially about minimum wages. So let's talk about minimum wages, because that's, of course, also something that the EU is busy with, and you heard from the Commissioner how difficult it is in the European Union to try and legislate about minimum wages. And here, the key issues that I looked into were, first of all, the scope, who is actually covered by any form of minimum wage policies, the amount, obviously, and then also the enforcement. And I'll say in the beginning about enforcement, I couldn't really draw any valuable comparative conclusions, basically because we don't have comparative data on that. I know from my research on Germany, which was our country we researched, there are estimates that between 1 and 7% of workers, so up to 1 in 14 workers, is not actually paid the minimum wage. So enforcement is an issue, definitely. Here again, you have the countries. I'm not even sure if they have been mentioned today. So these were the 7 countries that we were focusing on. In terms of minimum wage policies, it's interesting to highlight that Italy and Sweden, among them, do not have a statutory minimum wage, like 6 countries in the European Union still do not have. Yes, and let's start with the scope of minimum wages. And here I basically always looked at both, so at the statutory minimum wages, also at the collectively bargained minimum wages. And well, basically here the minimum wages today in most countries are covering most employees, so there might be small exceptions here. For the self-employed, we have some innovative policies in some countries. So here in our example countries, it was the Netherlands and Poland, which have started to extend the minimum wage also to certain groups of the self-employed. So this happens especially in countries where you have relatively high rates of the self-employed, and also the idea that many of them might be working in a very similar way to workers and also be in need of minimum wage protection. When it comes to collectively bargained minimum wages, the picture is very similarly. So we have in many countries some collective agreements that do cover the self-employed. It's also the topic actually of one of the most recent guidelines of the European Union. Nevertheless, in all of those countries, it's actually a tiny, tiny fraction of the self-employed. And what is really interesting here when it comes to collectively bargained minimum wages is the basis for the coverage, which is really quite diverse actually, also in the member states that we were looking at. And here we can start by like the most logical basis, which applies everywhere with some small weird exceptions in Germany, that is membership in the associations concluding the agreement, obviously. So if both employer and employee are members of those organizations, obviously, usually. The minimum wage applies. Nevertheless, today we also have all kinds of other bases how an employment relationship can come under the scope of a collective agreement. And the first that comes to mind is universal applicability, usually via ministerial declaration of universal applicability. And we actually have that possibility here in all of the countries that also have a statutory minimum wage. So the idea is that if we already extend this minimum wage to everybody, we can also have sectoral minimum wages that are bargained. The interesting thing is that in practice, this is used to extremely different degrees. So in Belgium and the Netherlands, this is just regularly the case, and social partners are also bargaining in that knowledge that what they are bargaining about is probably going to be the standard for the sector. And it's completely different, for example, in Germany and Poland, where in Germany it's about 1% of the agreements that are extended. In Poland, it has never happened. So that also, of course, influences the collective bargaining, the quality. Furthermore, there are some small cases where collectively bargained wages are applicable by law, for example, if a collective agreement has expired. And then there's the famous erga omnes application. So employers having to apply a collectively bargained agreement to all of their workers, not only the ones who are trade union members. And this is, of course, also a very important factor increasing the coverage of collectively bargained wages. And this is basically, here in our example countries, the case everywhere except for Germany. Finally, there's two more left. One is case law-based application, and here Italy is the country which really stands out by basically not having any minimum wage. Nevertheless, the courts have traditionally just applied the collective agreements bargained by the most representative trade unions to employment agreements that were not covered by any form of minimum wage, although there may also be deviations from that, and in some other countries there's at least a certain share of the dominant collective agreements is usually seen as the minimum under civil law, what is an appropriate wage. And finally, there's voluntary application, which also plays an important role in many countries. Employers simply voluntarily applying a collective agreement that they are in theory not bound by. Empirical research is not always confirming the claims of employers of aligning their employment contracts with collective agreements. Nevertheless, this is certainly an issue which increases collective bargaining coverage very much in some member states. What the Italian report has very much highlighted here is that voluntary application may also be a pathway to evading collective agreements, especially if otherwise the most representative agreements would be applied, and then employers can choose to apply a less representative agreement. And what we then usually did in our comparative exercise was to try and bring those the knowledge about the legal rules that we have into context and look at what statistics are actually saying. So here, this is a statistic about collective bargaining coverage in the EU, which was prepared by the European Commission. What we can see here is, first of all, so the black dots are the past, the blue ones are the new, the 10 years later, the developments. What we can see here is that collective bargaining coverage in general has been falling, in line to a certain degree with unionization rates. So unionization rates are falling even much more generally than collective bargaining coverage actually around the world. So the OECD tells us that only in Iceland unionization rates have not been falling in the long term. We can, however, also see that this is not the case for all countries. So there are some countries which are relatively stable in this regard. And this actually very much confirms what we have seen in our legal comparison, that there are, of course, mechanisms that just keep collective bargaining coverage very high. And this is usually then done either by governments, which may extend the application of a collective agreement, or by the courts, as in Italy, where the courts are simply applying collective agreements to the non-covered relationships. From a policy perspective, there's, of course, questions coming up in relation to this, mainly about the representativeness, the question of representativeness. Because if we say, basically, nowadays, it's only via courts or governments that you usually achieve a relatively high collective bargaining coverage. You basically want a high coverage because the idea is still that collectively bargained wages are better than statutory minimum wages because they ensure fair wages to a certain degree, that the specific prosperity of the industry, that workers have a fair share of that. So the idea is that a high coverage would be the goal. Nonetheless, there is also evidence from our example countries that these extensions might also have a negative repercussion on representativeness, of course, and that might have repercussions for the quality of bargaining. So we had the Dutch report, for example, where unionization rates are now down to about 15%, and nonetheless, collective agreements are usually then extended to the entire sector. And this, of course, has an influence on unionization rates falling even more, and an imbalance of employers being much more represented than employees in the bargaining constellation. And the Italian report is pointing out even more that if you have non-representative trade unions, then of course in the end also the outcomes may not necessarily really represent employees' interests, and then you might come up actually with very low wages. So there is this, yes, there's two sides to the story, and of course when we look at our specific VUP groups, as they have been defined before, they are in the end the least likely to be unionized, the least likely to be actually also taken into account by trade unions. So we've also seen lots of collective agreements that create exceptions for them and make their situation actually even worse than it would be by law if there's derogation possibilities. So these are extremely difficult questions, basically, to answer: what way to go with policies. And then my lucky position in this project was basically that I was just raising those questions, and then policy people had to answer to them. And this is why you should all wait until the afternoon session when you're going to have the answers that we came up with in this project. And with this, I will actually stop. I had another part prepared, but I see I'm already vastly beyond the time that I was expected to take. So this hopefully has given you a bit of an overview of how complex the questions actually are, so we know what the goal should be. Nevertheless, very often there are just repercussions of certain policy choices, and there's very often not a very straightforward answer to them. Yes, thanks a lot for your attention, and I'll give the floor back to Luca. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina, also for the timing and for the interesting insights. Let me now give the floor to Professor Paul Schoukens from KU Leuven, Professor of Social Security. He will deal with the social security side of the story, and we are very keen on understanding the role of social security entitlements. Thanks very much, Paul.
Thank you very much, Luca. So indeed, Social Security, we were a bit, let's say, the strange odd in the group, because the group was mainly composed of labor law people. But we were extremely happy that we were also giving some ample room to develop the ideas on Social Security. So the findings on the Social Security report, I will try to summarize them in the next 15, maximum 20 minutes. And I have built them around access, formal and effective access, and then also on adequacy. And those who are familiar with the EU framework, they immediately will understand that we based ourselves very largely also upon the European pillar, and especially the recommendation on access to social protection, where you also find those categories. And that's also the EU part in the title of the intervention. So the EU part in the title does not refer to mobility. I made an attempt during our 3 years of work to also include to a certain extent mobility and the VEP groups moving around, but it would have been too much. And I think it's still a very interesting area. So I will not deal with free movement, I will not deal with the coordination regulation or the residence directive, although I think it will also be a very important element. In the end, very shortly, I also will say something about COVID-19. It happened, and it had a major impact also upon social security, and I think it's also relevant as to access to social protection. And in total, in the end, I will may say something about additional pathways for EU action, but I will keep it very shortly. What can the EU do there? And there I will move away more from the national findings. In the national report on social security, we start from the hypothesis, something which was already based upon our findings of previous research, that when you look at social security systems, especially when they are work-related, so I'm not talking about universal systems, the Beveridgean, but the work-related systems, which also are present in Beveridgean or universal systems in the second pillar, that there still very much the standard work is a kind of the default starting situation. And that means that the more you have non-standard work, like self-employment, like platform work and so on, very often the design of social security run into problems. Because you have that traditional income replacement based upon the traditional relation of the standard worker, the full-time worker working in an indefinite period of time in subordination. Imagine, for instance, unemployment and self-employment. It's not going very well together. And that's irrespective of the type of systems, whether it's Bismarckian or Beveridgean. Even in Beveridgean systems, you also have work-related social security rules. So there we may have difficulties. And therefore, the VOP groups were very interesting for us to work with them, to see what will happen when we use those 4 categories, when we make an analysis of the access to social protection as to formal access, whether they belong to the system, as to effective access, whether they can build up their rights, and as to adequacy. We focused, however, on unemployment and sickness. So, for instance, we did not have a look at old age. Why? Because, well, it was very much based upon that labor law aspect, and social security can be a hub in that labor law relation. That's one thing. And secondly, from previous research, we also find out that especially with regard to unemployment and sickness, you have major problems with some of those non-standard workers like the VAP groups. Adequacy was another kind of thing. The recommendation and the pillars is, let's say, pretty vague on it. I mean, they refer to poverty, and there they use the standard definitions, of course, of 60% of the median income. But as to maintaining the living standards, I mean, what are the income replacement rates? How high should the sickness benefit be, or how high should the unemployment benefit be? That's a bit open. I mean, they say maintain the standard of living, but that's not very much. So there we relied upon other legal instruments to which the recommendation does refer, and those are the traditional standard-setting instruments of the ILO and the Council of Europe, and we try to merge both of them in our exercise. So what have been the findings as to formal and effective access? I will go a bit quickly through the points here. Indeed, most of the VUP groups struggled with access to formal social protection, especially the self-employed, and the platform workers very often are excluded from unemployment and sickness. They simply do not have access, or they may have voluntarily access, but they don't take it up then, and that can also be an issue. Or there are income thresholds. They should earn a certain amount of income before they can enter, and they don't earn the amount of income, so they're excluded. Another thing is, as to effective access, that we still find out, and I can repeat what other people have been saying, that we still find out that many countries are not adapting their systems to those new working groups. For instance, that can be simply by not adapting the rules. For instance, you apply the same rules as for full-time work on part-time work. If you have to come to a certain amount of working days, well, it will be much more difficult if you only work part-time. And those things still happen very often. Or, for instance, the employer pays a sickness benefit, but if it's not clear who is your employer for platform work, you also run into issues. So many problems with effective access, also with qualifying periods. And then income. I will not say too much about it because it's about the financing, it will come later, but it's also important for the calculations of the benefits, your previous income. But what is income? And very often we noticed that, especially for the self-employed and the platform workers, income is not always very clear. What is the income of a platform worker? When it's not clear, it's very difficult, of course, to calculate the benefits. And also for VUP Group 1, the flexibilization of the labor markets seem to be a problem, that very often they are low income earners, and that very often in the flexibilization of the labor market, there were very high conditions to find new jobs, but then with low guarantees, that if a new job is qualitatively good, if you earn at least 90% of your previous wage, well, then you drop again below what you have been earning before. Those things were also being present as such. So there we indeed, as a kind of key message in that research, we find out that member states and also the states present in the study still have to rethink their social protection for atypical workers. The recommendation is a good guiding line, and rethinking it's more than simply applying what is in place. It's not by what is applying in place for standard workers upon non-standard workers that you solve things. You really have to rethink, especially for the self-employed, that goes for unemployment and sickness. And then a consideration we made, I heard this morning, and I was very enchanted that there has been a whole series of EU legal measures being launched and still being launched, and I think I'm very much in favor of it, but most of them are dealing with labor law. And we should pay attention here that at the end of the day, Social Security is the only little island where there are no hard enforceable rules, and that employers may use that as a kind of present to start to compete with each other. If we don't set legal standards, enforceable standards, the risk will be that Social Security will be the only island where we can still make the difference to cut our costs, meaning that we have some social dumping. So yes, very much in favor of better labor laws, but also with Social Security, and maybe for the recommendation we may have to think to have it more moving towards enforceable rights, for instance in a directive or something else. Adequacy. That was quite a challenge. We had major discussions how to test whether the level of benefits are high enough, because the legal reference framework is not very clear at the European Union level. Poverty benefits levels are being defined. Pensions, you could also make use of the open method of coordination of the pension calculation, but in sickness, unemployment, and other Social Security benefits, there is a loophole. So we fell back upon another set of standards which already exist, legal standards, and there are income replacement rates, so minima which you have to respect, which you can find in the European Code, which you can find in the minimum standard setting of the ILO. And actually, in the end of the day, we fell back upon them. So what we tried to do was a kind of combination, and here you see a slide of one country on unemployment. And we used the income replacement rates of the ILO and the code. We used also the standard beneficiary there. Those are household compositions, and that's what you see on the horizontal line on the top. And we used the most advanced one, the one of the revised code. And there you will see that they make use of a breadwinner with a partner and 2 children, what that breadwinner earns, and then the income replacement, you can make the calculations, and you have to guarantee 40% or 50% income replacement rates and so on. So that was the element we have been using, but we developed it. So we used one of the revised codes where you can also have a look at the single person, and we added one group, the single parent with 2 children. And those 3 categories are very often very fragile categories when it comes to work in poverty. So it was interesting to see what would happen if that person then gets unemployed, gets sick, what kind of benefit a person will get, and is it high enough if you look at the standards of the code and the ILO. Another problem was how to make the calculations in net, because you can make a comparison, what did the person earn in gross, and then see what is the gross benefit, and then see what is the income replacement ratio. But it becomes much more interesting when you can also have to see the net effect after deduction of taxes. The problem was we did not have refined information enough to make those calculations ourselves, until with the team from Luxembourg, we took into consideration the Euromod tool, which also will be explained later on today. And then suddenly you see some effect of the tax, the tax application on those benefits in a rather advanced way. And therefore we could also, apart from gross and net, apart from gross, also have a look at net, and you can see the percentages that they can make a difference. They can make a difference in the end of the day. I mean, the household composition was much more, well, let's say, complicated or much more diverse in description. I only highlighted some elements, but if you're interested to see more how we have been working on that element, you can do refer to the project. Now here, for instance, for Belgium on unemployment, we can see that the income replacement rates are quite okay, that means that the benefits are equivalent and proportional to what one have been earning before. Of course, if one earned little, because as a part-time worker or you have a low-income self-employed, the benefit will be little as well. So therefore, in the next element, we made a reference to the poverty levels and try to figure out, if you look at the income replacement rates, to what extent are they in line with the poverty thresholds. And there, everything which is in reddish or brownish, depending upon how you can see the colors. I mean, there's always discussion on colors. I know it's something brownish or reddish. You will see that there is an issue. There is an issue because the income replacement rate is too low. The benefit is too low compared to the poverty level in the end of the day. And if it's above it, well, it will only be very marginal. So there we could see how the benefit compared to the poverty level. And that was also an interesting information for most of the calculations. The Euromod also helped us then to distinguish more the tax elements in the assessment of the benefits. And that was interesting for some countries. For instance, for the Netherlands, we found out that there's a huge group of flex workers. I mean, compared from the 7 countries, they had the biggest group very often of people working in atypical work forms. So there was an assumption that they would have the biggest problems with poverty, which was not the case. Because the Netherlands very often came out a country which was containing poverty best. Although they had the biggest group of flex workers, atypical workers, and non-standard workers, they had the best results, if I can say, of keeping people out of poverty. And that was a bit intriguing. So how can that happen? And with our first calculations on simply by using Social Security benefits, we did not see how they closed that gap. But with the Euromod, it was possible to have it further refined. And here you see one slide of the Netherlands, and you can see what we could take into account from the wage and the income replacement, the benefit. And we added a child benefit. You could also see the effect of social assistance. But then, for instance, in the tax treatment, you could also have a look at the allowances, the toeslagen, which are being paid in the Netherlands. We had to make abstraction of the social allowance for housing, because we assumed that the person was an owner of a house. It would have been interesting also to have that into the picture, but you cannot do everything. And then you see when, for instance, this is a full-time work, but we had another slide on part-time work, you can see the effect of the disposable income, and there you can see what can be an explanation of the containing of the poverty in those categories. It means that the tax system has an effect as well. So the social fiscal welfare is relevant for those categories. And that's also one of the conclusions we made in report, that it would be very good also to take into account the calculations, the social fiscal welfare, so all kinds of allowances which directly or indirectly are being paid in the tax system. And we tried also there to use a common definition which could be useful, for instance, for also EU law when it's about free movement and the coordination of social security, but which could also be interesting for making the calculations and trying to assess the poverty levels of those groups. So that's the kind of call we made in our report to define better social fiscal welfare, to have a better view on the effects of the income replacement of those people. COVID-19, very quickly, it happened during our project, so suddenly we also had to report on the temporary unemployment schemes, the job retention schemes, and so on in the 7 countries. And there I think it was very much interesting picture which was being provided, that we saw that most of the countries invested in temporary unemployment and job retention, of course for the wage earners. There were still some challenges for flex work because they were not always adapted, but one of the surprising results was that most of the countries also invested in temporary unemployment for self-employed people. And in some countries like Spain and Belgium, this is a kind of consolidated approach. So we see a kind of change of the mindset that yes, it is possible not only to give access for the self-employed to unemployment, but also to give access to temporary unemployment in case of things like COVID-19 or other external situations. This was something unthinkable 5 years ago. And this COVID-19 has changed. And I think, personally speaking, that the EU can make a difference here. Because we come very close to income support to the self-employed, and you come very close to the element of market competition and free competition, and that's something, a core competence of the EU. And the main question is, to what extent can you provide support to income? I think it's better controllable than the normal unemployment. I think it's more easy here to develop an EU scheme because it's better delineated, and you can also speak out very clearly the lines, the eventualities to be used, COVID-19, but also ecological risks and ecological disasters and so on, which may come up. And you also may have the issue of an impact which is not equal distributed all over the European Union, so you could also create some solidarity or distribution between countries. So there I think there is a window of opportunities to take action at the EU level. Beyond the workip and to a larger extent, very shortly, I would like to remind and take into consideration one of the major hiccups in the whole debate upon social security and possible action of the EU. It's the competence ground. And one of the difficult issues of that competence ground, it's still too much focused upon workers, standard workers, and others are not being introduced or included well enough. And one of our calls is to have Article 153 in reconsideration, so that it's more easily to take action at the EU level in social protection for all workers, including self-employed, and if possible, for all citizens. Talking about citizens, this afternoon you also will have a very interesting intervention by colleague Aranguiz on social citizenship and other possible legal grounds to take action like social cohesion. I'm not going to talk about it, it's a kind of teaser for this afternoon. I think it's also a very good potential legal ground to take more action for all workers, including self-employed, including atypical, but in the end of the day, for all citizens within the European Union. And last but not least, by referring to studies from colleague De Becker, who unfortunately could not be here today, do not forget that we already have quite so many legal competences or tools within the treaties, like the Article 9 and Article 34 of the Charter, that can be used much more, the horizontal social clause and the right to social security in the current monitoring procedures or legislation. I do thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul. Also for putting the cherry on the cake for me, it's Article 9 TFEU. I'm a fan of the horizontal social clause. So we now have more or less 15 minutes for Q&A. So it's both people present here, you can just raise your hand and push the button, and people online. Antonio will try to moderate the chat online, so those who are currently online can write the questions in the chat. As usual, the longer the question, the shorter the answer. So I would say the shorter the question, the longer the answer, because we're interested in the answers. Thanks very much. Yes, I have a question. Nicola, Vincenzo, Valeria. Okay. Let's try it with this order. Nicola, Vincenzo. Sorry, Professor Contouris.
Oh, there you are. Okay, thanks. So first of all, what a fantastic project you had. Sincere congratulations to all those involved throughout the stages. It's a real tribute, and you're making a huge contribution to a very important question. And it's really, the question is about the question. Can I ask you very briefly to share with us how the question has changed while you were exploring it? Because of course, you started a project which was already extremely original and ambitious in 2019, and then COVID, and then the cost of living crisis, and I wanted, it must have been a hugely mobile target. Could you tell us something about how your findings have changed, how your hypotheses have changed, and how your recommendations have changed over time because of these important conjunctures? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nicola. Should we collect 2 or 3 questions, then we do a round? Vincenzo.
Okay, so first of all, let me congratulate you for these fantastic presentations. They were all amazing and inspirational. And among them, I would like to pinpoint one of the different inspiring tips and let's say ideas and food for thoughts that Professor De Schutter proposed us. So I think that this idea of equal pay for work of equal value is absolutely amazing. But, of course, this clearly comes from the anti-discrimination, let's say, background, okay? Where the enforcement of this principle has been tackled by different cases with different ideas of what is work of equal value, what does it mean, value, and so forth. So looking more about the justiciability of such a principle, how would you figure it out? How would this right to equal pay for work of equal value on this basis would be supported in court? Thanks.
Thanks very much. Valeria, another question.
Yes, thank you very much. And I also would like to join the congratulations for this fantastic conference and talks. They are really inspiring. And yeah, there are a lot of questions and reflections on my kind of paper here. But I just would like to raise 2 points. One is more a kind of reflection, in fact, and it links directly to the issue of the value. Because I found quite interesting this idea of, which came also in the, one of the criticism of the actual indicator of, at the European level of new work poverty, to capture this, market on the one hand, monetary and more social, non-monetary value. And I wonder whether, in order to do that, whether we do need to really rethink the concept of value in the sense of relinking also into the actual indicators of economic growth. And here I'm, referring particularly to the need to include this social aspect and rethink the indicator of economic growth in that sense as well. So I would like to hear what is the view of the people here in the panel. And the second point is about, when we think also about the rethinking the in-work poverty indicator, so in this what some studies have referred to being the in-work poverty chain, the role of the state, which comes also as interesting in the sense of the distribution role of the states in terms of taxation and public transfers, the direct, indirect taxations. And I just wanted to know what do you think about that? Whether it is important, in order to assess this level of the wealth of the families and household in terms of space and time, whether we need also to take into account these direct and indirect forms which pertains the system of taxations in different national countries, which because of methodological complexity sometimes is not taken into consideration. So I just wanted to know what you think about that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Valeria. So I will start picking up a question from Professor Contouris, and then we'll maybe distribute some other answers. I think you're perfectly right. The moving target constantly moved, dramatically constantly moved. I mentioned it at the very beginning. One of the main issues that we had is that we use secondary data from EU Silk. Secondary data are not updated at all. Well, they do their best, of course, but they come with almost 2 years of delay. So the data that we are currently working on and the data that have been used in the Euromod simulation are 2 years old. The world, meanwhile, changed. We had to restructure our priorities, but still some, I would say, structural elements remained. Not, I would say, not that much about the numbers of in more poverty, but the determinants of in more poverty remained the same. They have been amplified by some of these factors that you also mentioned. I would say this is a good challenge for the follow-up that Commissioner was mentioning. We will definitely take on board new data and also new considerations. The world of work has changed these 2 years. We probably add another layer of VUP, the most impacted by energy crisis, by the inflation crisis and COVID crisis as well. So this forced partially to be more cautious in our conclusions. And this is, I think, it's a caveat that should always be there when we do social studies. So that is my reaction to your point, Nicola. To Vincenzo's point, I think that Professor De Scutter will be best placed.
Thank you. I wish I were. No, I think Vincenzo's point is extremely on the spot. I agree that the question of enforceability, justifiability is difficult to make sure that the principle of equal pay for work of equal value, taking into account the benefits to society, the positive externalities produced, is difficult to picture. I would say 2 things. First, we have some examples, and Christina may confirm this because it appeared in one of your slides, but I didn't note the exact country it was related to. In some cases, courts have reviewed how wages are set to assess the fairness. So maybe Christina will complement my answer to detail that example. And we know that in certain countries, and this is a rising issue, which my latest report to the UN documents, courts are attentive to discrimination on grounds of socio-economic condition, and sometimes that socio-economic condition is defined as economic vulnerability. Those of you familiar with the French landscape will know that in 2016, France introduced a new law prohibiting discrimination on grounds of economic vulnerability, basically when the imbalance in the bargaining position of the respective parties is such that a person has no choice but to accept the offer made, that may amount to discrimination if you abuse your position, if you wish, in the negotiation. So one might also use that tool to assess, in a non-discrimination framework, the adequacy of the wages. I think the most likely place where to start is in the public sector, because in the private sector, of course, the problem is that the firm paying, or the employer, the private employer, has no interest in paying what the public benefits from, right? But this may be different for the public sector, where you may wish to assess the wages of teachers, of doctors, and so on, based on the benefits to society, and not based on the ability to pay of beneficiaries or the market value, if you wish, based on the ability to pay of the public. That would have ripple effects across the whole system, because of course it was strengthening the bargaining position of workers in the private sector performing the same so-called public utility jobs. But this is really things to reflect further upon, and it's one of the scenarios I'm going to explore in my report to the UN on the working poor, which is one I present in October 2023. So I still have a few months to think about your question, Vincenzo.
Okay. I will perhaps first of all add up to what you mentioned before. So yes, indeed, we have seen several examples here, also in our example countries, where courts have used collectively bargained wages in order to determine what is an adequate wage, actually. We have had, so Italy is of course the prime example for that, where there is no general minimum wage. There are collectively bargained wages in most sectors. And courts are simply saying, well, an adequate wage based on our constitution, which says fair wages, based on our constitution, an adequate wage is basically the level that, so 100% of the wage that has been bargained, that has come out of bargaining with the most representative trade unions of the respective sector. But we see that also in some other countries. So we've had the example of Germany, where there's the idea of wage usury, where the courts are saying, well, if the wage is really like 2/3 or less than 2/3 of the sectoral minimum wage in the most representative collectively bargained agreements, that is actually against civil law, so that falls under that article. And also in Sweden, there is this idea of an unreasonably low wage, although there's really not much case law on that. And that is also one of the problems that we have with this, that there's a lot of legal uncertainty, actually, and it's very difficult for employees to go to court. And this is even true in Italy, where the courts are very much also assessing the individual situation, and they're not necessarily applying the 100% of the collectively bargained wage to the individual employment relationship. They're also looking into individual factors, local factors, and so on. So it's not the same as being covered by a collective agreement, which very clearly states what is the issue. And this is basically one of the things that I also wanted to add on, this question of enforcement, the question whether or not things are also applied in practice, whether employees are empowered to stand up for their own rights, or whether there are other mechanisms. And that also takes me to Valeria's questions on the indicators. And that's one which I really missed in our comparative overview, where I was really lost very often. We don't have many indicators about enforcement. So I know from many countries there are statistics, or there are estimates saying that, for example, social assistance benefits, half of the beneficiaries that are in theory entitled to them are not taking them up. So that's also something where I thought, well, this would be very interesting to research actually what methods there are. We're also going to deal with this also in our parallel session. So for example, the misclassification problem, so people being misclassified as self-employed. There are lots of different strategies which seem to make much more of a difference than actually very sophisticated judicial definitions that we have come up in court in order to define the difference between self-employed and employee. Yes, and now I've already taken up a lot of speaking time. Thank you.
Thanks. No. Thanks, Christina. Thanks so much. I've seen there are two hands raised. One over there, one by Bart, and I have a question in the chat. Yeah.
Yes. So a big thank you to all the speakers. I have one question directed to Mr. Garcia Munoz. I wonder if you could go a bit more in depth on the concept of involuntary part-timers. What are the problems with the concept? What are some examples, some borderline cases, and so on? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Bart, you want?
Yes, thank you. And I know everybody's dying for a coffee break. So both Paul Schoukes and Professor De Schutter The discuter mentioned the COVID-19 measures that have been taken in the area of social access to social protection. These measures have indeed been impressive. We did quite a bit of work also at the European Social Observatory, including in the context of the European Social Policy Network, ESPN, on this topic. Impressive measures, including, Paul, as you said, with the temporary unemployment for the self-employed, unthinkable until recently. But still, except for maybe the two examples that you mentioned, Paul, Spain and Belgium, I think that all of these measures in all member states have been discontinued. So, okay, I see you nodding, shaking. So I'm a bit, I'm just curious about how optimistic we can be about this outcome, and how you see that there would be a new scope for the EU to take a role in this domain. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul. So, Antonio, I think you can pick up yourself the volunteering per time question and also the question that was in the chat. And then we will give the floor to Paul and Olivier also, if you want to conclude.
Okay, so I will first answer the question in the room and then the question in the chat, and I will explain what is the question in the chat. For the question in the room, yes, thanks for your question. This is very important indeed, because the premise of the directive at EU level is voluntary part-time, and the idea of the legislator is that part-time work can be a positive thing when it is voluntary, but then we have the problem of when is part-time voluntary. And of course, in general, when work is voluntary is a good question. No? I mean, what does voluntary means in an employment relationship is interesting and problematic. But to be more concise and go to the point of your question, there are national surveys where respondents are asked why they work part-time. In these national surveys, one possibility is to say, I want to work full-time, but I cannot find a full-time job. Then we consider this is not voluntary part-time, but we also consider that having care responsibilities does not mean that you want to work part-time, because you are forced to, because you have caring responsibilities. Maybe you also want to care of, but still we assume it's not clear that it's voluntary, and we also assume that the people that say other reasons in general, probably they have reasons that they don't want to disclose or other reasons. So we said, okay, we take them on board. Still, we think the group of involuntary part-time is probably underestimated still. So some people that are supposed to work voluntarily part-time probably still, what does it mean voluntary there is not so clear. Did I answer your question? Okay, thank you. And then we have a question from Bennett from Oxford University, and he's emphasizing the importance of the household dimension, and he's asking whether we can draw, we can explain which are these more vulnerable household groups. And yes, we can, because we have done in our project. The most vulnerable household group is single parents with children in all the countries. Then we have families with 2 or more children when there is just one earner, let's say, so the breadwinner model, if you want. And then the better protected, the best protected families are the ones where more than one income is coming into the house, and particularly 2 adults without children are the best protected. This is kind of logical, but of course a regulation here has a lot of importance. Coming back to taxes, the tax system needs to take into account that a single parent with children is in a very difficult situation. So we have a not so good example in Luxembourg about taxation of different groups of families. I hope I have answered the question in the chat with this. Thank you.
Thanks, Antonio. I will leave Paul answering the question by Bart about social security and COVID.
Thank you, Luca. Well, first and foremost, the EU has a recommendation. They're referring to unemployment, and part of unemployment is temporary unemployment. And that was an aspect which was not covered yet by the pillar and the recommendation. But with COVID-19, it drew the attention that there also you can monitor further, or you can develop further the conditions. Spain and Belgium were simply two examples, not that they simply continue, but they develop a comprehensive approach towards temporary situations of temporary stopping activity and giving income support. Because the danger is, if you are going to give, on a horizontal level, all people with low income support, you're doing a little bit of strange things, and you also may give some presents to companies and to employers. Hence, I think it's interesting that they spell out clearly the situations under which that kind of support can be given and how long it can be given. And in Spain, for instance, as far as I understood, because it's rather recent, every time again a decision by the government will be taken. So it's kind of a disaster happening and so on. I think much more countries continue to pay out now also support because of the energy crisis and because of the war in Ukraine and so on. So they work further upon the current situation. And some indeed have been stopping it and well, could be incited to do more. I think the interesting thing to intervene is, are we going to wait for the next disaster? Where then suddenly all countries start to pay, and this country will do a little bit like this. Because what's happening is that countries start to give support, and in a way they start to subsidize as well economic activities, both for employers and for self-employed. And I think from a fair competition point of view, and that's hard competence of the EU, if I'm not being mistaken, from a fair competition point of view, there is also something to be said to regulate or to make a framework under which you can give that kind of support, under which situations, how long and so on. And there I think the EU can and has to play a role. Moreover, sometimes the shocks can be asymmetrical. And we will see how the war will go on, but I'm not so sure whether all countries will be hit in the same way. And that's an old idea, that if the European Union is hit asymmetrically, the European Union can also try to regenerate means or to create solidarity. That's also the idea of the Schur system behind and so on. And those elements could be of use to develop a framework for temporary unemployment. And I think it's more easy for temporary unemployment than for long-term unemployment, because there are much more different definitions across the member states. What is unemployment, what is the labor market, and so on. Here it's about maintaining income in certain situations, and that I think it's better controllable. That as to the household, if you would allow, I think out of our study of Social Security, we indeed noticed that household compositions are crucial. That's normal. And indeed, we singled out those three groups: a couple with one earner and two children, a single parent with two children, and a single parent. And we noticed indeed that very often those are more severely hit. But the interesting point in my opinion was that we sometimes omit and do forget that there are all kinds of corrections already within Social Security because of family benefits and social assistance that we know, but also within the tax system, and much more than we expected. And there I think what we did was only something little. I think it can be much more developed, but tools like Euromod or similar are worth, I think, of investing to capture that more complex idea. And a very last thing on work and value. There is a lot of work which is not economically being remunerated and which has a huge value, like care, for instance, but already household work and so on. And it's even not paid. Social Security can do some things about it. You can link it to benefits and to say that people can then get some extra. You can also have the splitting of pensions where you can try to divide the income across partners and so on. But there are some limits. And then indeed, and I do agree, a lot of work is completely being undervalued, which is essential. And I have the feeling that we are living now in a society that we are almost, we don't dare to value work anymore. We don't dare to say that some work which is maybe not skilled work can be very valuable work. And I still remember the picture the first day of COVID-19 when the government here asked not to go to the work. It was not mandatory yet, but they called to stay at home. That morning, very early, I had to fetch my daughter from the airport, who had to go back from Africa because of COVID-19. At 5:30 in the morning, the highway, at 6 o'clock in the morning, the highway was extremely busy. So I said, what's going on? Because the government is asking to stay at home. And I see a lot of people driving to their work. And then I had a look, there were little vans, there were cleaning people, there were care people, there were construction workers and so on. When I returned from the highway, and then later on I went to work myself, because I still had to do some things at university, it was very calm. So the people like me, they stayed at home. That moment I said, okay, what is essential here in our society? And I do agree that work should be valued more. But one of the things here is that work is also under very strong competition from cheap work, which we allow. We allow people very flexibly to come into the countries and to work in an irregular way, because we do not always sanction and control, or in a half irregular way, or we allow to have posting on very cheap labor, and we allow companies to go to other parts in Europe. So maybe starting with that already, to condition that a little bit more, can help to re-evaluate that kind of work, which is indeed essential. And maybe with that we also have to take into reconsideration, because there is still a labor market with supply and demand. Otherwise we go to a system where the government decides what is the income, but that's maybe one step too far, I think.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think the time has come for a coffee break. We kind of foresaw some delay, so no worries. We will keep half an hour of coffee break. Please come back at 11:45 for the parallel sessions. You will see session A, B, and C will correspond to room A, which is this one, the plenary, room B, and room C. You should also have colors in your badge. Depending on the session you chose, of course you are free to change your mind and choose another session. There's space enough to accommodate your choices. See you back in half an hour. Thanks.
we do this from here. Yeah, we don't. E per le slide. Antonio, can we start? So, officially welcome to this first of three parallel session of this last slot before the lunch break. I am Vincenzo Pietro Giovanni. I'm an associate professor in labor law from Lund University, currently working also at Southern of Denmark University in Odense. And I have the pleasure and the honor of chairing this panel. On my right side, I have my two speakers. First one is Esther Villa from University of Bologna, and the second one is Linneke Smit from the European Anti-Poverty Network from the Netherlands. On my left side, I have Antonio, who is going to be silent during this session, because his role is to report what we say in the final session today. So enjoy his silent presence. Before we start this, before I give the floor to my two speakers, let me introduce a bit the topic of this session. So the title that I didn't choose for this session is In Work Poverty, Wage Setting and the Role of Social Partners. This title reflects parts of our research, parts of our studies for this project that basically address the role of trade unions and employer association and in general the wage setting models in fighting in-work poverty. So if you can, it's up to me, right, to use this? Okay. So the idea is to understand a little bit what does this title mean. It's about understanding the role and also the implication of two systems, two regulatory systems, the system of industrial relations and the legal system wherever the legal system somehow is part of the wage setting mechanism. And as we've seen already from the previous session, it can happen in different ways, directly through statutory minimum wages or indirectly with case law decisions and so forth. The thing is that it's very difficult. We have been struggling a lot for understanding the role and the implications because, of course, there are different agents, different institutions, different regulatory systems, different system of powers, because whenever there is an industrial relation system, that system is based on relations of powers. So the interaction of this system is already complicated. On top of that, each country has its own peculiarities. So some institutions, some very basic institutions, so for instance, the very concept of minimum wage, vary dramatically from country to country. So it's going to be extremely interesting during the enforcement, the implementation of the directive, how to translate the idea of a minimum wage throughout 27 different systems. Moreover, we understood that the market is transnational, the economy is international and transnational. Solidarity is not. Industrial relation systems are most likely to be national. And this, of course, creates problems. And then the role of the social partners. We understood that wage setting is, of course, the primer, the most important aspect of collective bargaining, collective negotiations affecting the wage levels, and as a consequence, in-work poverty. But we also understood a very, at least for me, unexpected phenomenon, that the wage setting is not the only factor affecting, and ultimately, the wage of workers. Other working conditions, namely working time, are extremely important, extremely relevant when it comes to in-work poverty. But understanding the role of the industrial relations system, understanding the role of social partners, is somehow also acknowledging, and this is the implication, acknowledging the fact that trade unions and employers' associations play not only a social role, but they do actually play a political role. And this comes with consequences when, after almost 2 decades of neoliberal reforms that framed social partners into microeconomic terms, after 2 decades of this, then we realized that, well, trade unions and employers' associations need to play their macroeconomic role, need to be part of the macroeconomic setting in order to fight in-work poverty. What were the major challenges for social partners? Well, of course, I'm going to be very brief on this because this morning many of these trends, many of these factors have been already stressed. Decreasing levels of unionization, decentralization of collective bargaining, the casualization of work in every form, flexibilization of work, and so forth. The austerity measures, once again, that, of course, tended in many countries to neutralize the authority of social partners to adjust wages in accordance, at least with inflation. The presence in many countries of the idea of keeping labor costs low for a competitive advantage. Now, it's easy to think about Poland, it's easy to think about Romania and so forth, but some of you, because I know there's plenty of Italians everywhere, some of you might recall that in 2016, the Italian government at the time sent a brochure to enterprises, international enterprises, within the framework of the Industry 4.0. And in one of the pages of this brochure, they invited enterprises to invest in Italy because I'm Italian, the cheapest engineers in Europe. Okay, they provided with data how cheap our engineers are, how low the overall income of engineers has increased compared to Germany and France, which are the other 2 biggest competitors of Italy. So this competitive advantage approach is not only or necessarily connected to, let's say, less developed countries. And, most importantly, we experience the lack of awareness of in-work poverty among social partners. And this is what I will briefly discuss with you. Well, what are the reasons behind this lack of awareness? Well, first of all, the fact that in-work poverty is a pretty much new concept stemming from the other side of the ocean. And on top of that is also a very complicated, a very complex and multifaceted concept. So as a consequence, we've witnessed difficulties and challenges for social partners in formulating strategies that effectively address the problem of in-work poverty. In general, strategies are put in place by trade unions mostly, are aimed to counteract unfair wages or low income, low wages, but with very limited level, very limited reference to in-work poverty. So there is no reference whatsoever to the term of in-work poverty in the large majority of the countries that we studied. in Poland and in Germany, we have campaign against poverty meant to not necessarily to a high material deprivation, but to a larger extent. But only in the Netherlands and Belgium we found some campaign from trade unions with more or less explicit reference to the terms of in-work poverty. So there is a need to basically bridge this legitimate and for some reasons natural fight for trade unions against low wages, to bridge them into a wider framework of fight against in-work poverty. We understood that there is a need for stronger industrial relations because, of course, it's not only up to the law, it's not only up to the courts to increase the levels of wage in Europe, it's primarily an issue of social partners. But social partners need to increase the knowledge and the understanding and their attention to the phenomena behind in-work poverty. And this is primarily necessarily for employers' associations within the countries of our concern were pretty silent. So we didn't find pretty much anything from the employer side addressing the question of in-work poverty. And in general terms, stronger industrial relations addressing in-work poverty needs to be based on a more holistic approach to negotiation. So fighting in-work poverty is not only about wage. Most likely you would fix in-work poverty by limiting the casualization of work or regulating casual work with stronger protections for workers. As a consequence, we found that there is a need for stronger social partners. Now, of course, we realized, and that was not surprising, that a high level of union membership usually comes along with higher level of employment protection and better working conditions. So that's a very key point. Increasing the union membership brings about, as an almost automatic consequence, better working conditions and stronger employment protection. But the problem is that, as we already saw this morning, the vulnerable groups of workers, the most vulnerable groups of workers are the most unlikely to be unionized. So there is an issue of trade unions to get these people into their organizations. And there are some issues affecting the problem of representation of trade unions among vulnerable workers. There is necessarily a lack of incentive, because if you only work for 2 months, you don't even bother to ask who is your work representative, what to do to fight for your rights. You will just take the job and go ahead. There is a lack of representatives within the trade unions of these workers. So there is a lack of empathy, at the very least, within the unions, within the union leadership, towards the conditions and the situations and the context of vulnerable workers. That sometimes might also hide issues of discrimination within the trade unions, on issues of ethnicity, age, and sex, which are usually the characteristics connected to the most vulnerable groups of workers. But also, sometimes, especially in a country like Sweden, we witness that there is a technical problem in how membership of trade unions is understood. So, for instance, in Sweden, there are 2 major obstacles for preventing vulnerable workers to get into the unions. The first obstacle is represented by a sort of qualification period or an embargo period, according to which if you are a new member of a trade union, for a period of 7 months, you would not be eligible to enjoy any service from the trade union. So this is an issue of loyalty, but it translates into a disincentive for workers not to get into the trade unions. On top of that, we know that many vulnerable workers, the ones that we studied, usually work across sectors. Okay, so they have a contract in the food sector for food delivery, they clean something somewhere. So they work across different sectors. In a country like Sweden, when the membership is based on sectors, creates an obstacle to workers according to which they simply don't know which union to pick. If the union of the food delivery, if the union of the logistic, if the union of healthcare and so forth, okay? So there are some technical issues in the organization of trade unions which technically prevent workers from vulnerable groups to be part of them. So what to do? Well, as we already saw this morning, also by the enthusiasm of the European Commissioner, we need to enjoy the momentum. We have, at this very moment, the highest level so far of attention on the theme of in-work poverty. We have provided, as a research group, as a research program, a valuable amount of knowledge that should be somehow adopted and should be used by trade unions and press associations to address, understand, and put in place effective measures. Also by what we learned from the pandemic, and I'm not going to repeat anything on this. Let me conclude with an idea of going beyond labor. Now, we know that labor law is falling short when it comes to many social rights nowadays, for many reasons. So this idea of going beyond labor is also an idea of going beyond wage labor, okay? Beyond taking into consideration reproduction work, taking into consideration work of care, taking into consideration work that is not qualified as such because it's not wage labor. But the idea behind this is also a suggestion for social partners, mainly trade unions, to construct, to build alliances beyond work, beyond the workplace. This can happen easily with associations of tenants, unions of tenants, because one of the consequences of the rises of prices is that even rentals have skyrocketed in many countries. But there could be also other ways of addressing in-work poverty or exploited work that it's more based on local activities and local movements. And I bring you the case of the city where I live now, the city of Malmö in Sweden, where they found, trade unions found that many restaurants in a special quarter, in a special area of Malmö, where there are a lot of bars and restaurants, were highly exploited. They were forced to live in the basements of the restaurants and paid very, very little. So the local community, based on trade unions, activists, social organizations, labor movements, started a campaign of boycott of those restaurants, which was extremely successful. After only 6 months, and this was during the pandemics where restaurants were not so busy, after only 6 months, none of these restaurants got a single client. So this means that if you want to address issues like in-work poverty or labor exploitation, you can start working at the very basic level, at community level, where the connection of people, the empathy, is much higher than from the central level. Thanks for your attention, and now it's time to give the floor to our first speaker, who is Esther Villa from University of Bologna. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vincenzo, and good morning to everyone, and thank you to be here. In my presentation, I will focus the attention on fair and adequate minimum wages. In particular, in the first part, the focus will be on the concept on fairness and adequacy and on their differences. In the second part, the attention will be moved on the conceptualization proposed in our project of what ideally the fair and adequate wage should be. In the last part, there will be some considerations on the directive on adequate minimum wages. Well, the need to ensure adequate wages and decent standard of living is emphasized by the fact that for too many people work no longer pays, as statistics on in-work poverty in the European Union show. However, minimum wage policies cannot be considered as the sole remedy in coping with in-work poverty due to the weak connection between in-work poverty and low wages, as Commissioner Smith remembered in the plenary session. However, minimum wage policy, indeed, while the first notion, the notion of in-work poverty, is related to the income of the household, the second one is an individual notion, because a low-wage worker is a person whose hourly earnings is less than 2/3 of the median hourly earning. Nevertheless, data show that the risk of in-work poverty is higher for low-paid workers, as our research emphasized in relation to vulnerable and underrepresented group 1, that is composed by low and unskilled employees. For this reason, adequate minimum wage are one of the measures to be adopted in the fight against in-work poverty, even though in-work poverty is strictly connected also to other factors, like, for example, the low work intensity within the family and the size and the composition of the household. A fair and adequate minimum wage, more than a minimum wage, is crucial when reasoning on the rule of wages in fighting against in-work poverty. This connection emerges in Article 6 of the European Pillar of Social Rights and in Recital 13 and in Article 5 of the Directive, where the adequacy of the wage is considered as one of the instruments to reduce in-work poverty. Identifying a fair and adequate wage level requires a sort of balance between workers' needs and their right to a dignified existence and economic and labor market considerations, as well as an appropriate coordination with the welfare system. This idea is not universally accepted because market-driven theories consider wages only as a price reflecting worker productivities and the employer's ability to pay. As a sort of premise, it is necessary to bear in mind that adequacy and fairness consider different characteristics that minimum wages should have. While fairness describes the quality of treating people equally or in a way that is right or reasonable, and deals with the reduction of inequalities, adequacy refers to the fact of being enough or satisfactory for a particular purpose. It is not a case that in Recital 28 of the directive, the minimum wage is considered adequate not only if it is fair in relation to the wage distribution in the relevant member state, but also if it provides a decent standard of living for workers. So adequacy implies the capacity to ensure a decent standard of living. In this reasoning, the concept of living wage may be of inspiration as long as wages are the main source for supporting living standards. A living wage is defined as an income from work that allows an employee a modest but socially acceptable standard of living. Thus, the concept of fair and adequate wage is a sort of multidimensional concept. For this reason, in the deliverable that aim at providing a sort of benchmark notion of fair and adequate wage, we suggest a combined approach. Firstly, in order to ensure the fairness of the wage, it seems important to take a relative distribution-oriented approach, as the one adopted within the European Committee of Social Rights and proposed in the European Directive, consisting in using an indicative reference equal to 60% of the national median wages and or the 50% of the average wage. This threshold would boost minimum wages in the majority of the member states, at least for those with national statutory minimum wages, since usually here minimum wages are lower than these thresholds. However, in countries in which the entire wage structure is very low, a minimum wage equal to the value considered may still not be enough to ensure a decent standard of living. Thus, adequacy cannot be exclusively linked to a given percentage of the median or average wages. For this reason, also, an absolute approach is necessary, and it is a needs-based approach that takes into account the cost of living based on a country's specific basket of goods and services. It must include this basket of goods and services not only material necessities such as food, clothing, and housing, but also resources for effective participation in cultural, social, and political activities. That means that make the concept of citizenship effective. This second approach is intended to be a sort of control mechanism as a real-life test of the 60 or 50% of the target. It is a way to assess whether a minimum wage of 60% of the national median wage or 50% of the national average wage really amount to a wage that ensure a decent standard of living. In this way, the needs-based approach would also reduce the risk of cross-border unfair competition. Some consideration must be done to this respect. First, the option of a country-specific basket of goods and services is preferable than setting a common basket of goods and services at European level. Indeed, the determination of a living wage depends on country-specific features, and not least probably it's also more appropriate in accordance with European competence. Eventually, at European level, an indicative list of goods and services to be considered can be suggested. Second, in defining goods and services to be included in the basket, the full involvement of trade unions and employers' organization is crucial, as well as that of the civil society stakeholders, academics, and experts. And the creation of a commission involving all these sides will fit for this purpose. In fact, the identification of goods and services to be included in the baskets requires a significant political compromise. Third, it is debated whether the living wage should be based on the needs of an individual or a family, and by referring to what kind of household. However, on the one side, probably with a view to reducing and preventing youth poverty, it seems reasonable to look for a way that take also household into consideration. On the other side, it is also necessary to consider the potential acceptability to employers. The question concerning also the relevance of welfare benefits and taxes in determining a living wage rate is also problematic and require broad political and social agreements. Reasoning on fair and adequate wage, the attention has to be moved also to the directive on adequate minimum wages, recently approved in the European Union. The directive is based on two pillars, the adequacy referred to statutory minimum wage set in Article 5 and the promotion of collective bargaining on wage setting, Article 4 of the directive. Starting with the first pillar, for the adequacy of statutory minimum wage, Article 5 suggests member states to use as an indicative reference the 60% of the gross median wage and the 50% of the gross average wage. considering the basis of the normative basis of the directive, these results are only indicative for member states. It can be noticed that these indicators adopt an individual assessment considering the single employee. Secondly, in line with Article 5, the setting and updating of the statutory minimum wage should be guided by criteria set to contribute to their adequacy, with the aim of achieving, between other, a decent standard of living and reducing in-work poverty. To pursue this objective and guarantee the adequacy of the statutory minimum wage, the directive asks the member state to consider at least some elements, like, for example, the purchasing power of statutory minimum wages, taking into account the cost of living, and the general level of wages and their distribution. So Article 5 put together elements that concern fairness in relation to the general level of wage and adequacy in the perspective of guaranteeing a decent standard of living. Also, Recital 28 of the directive states that minimum wages are considered adequate if they are fair in relation, as I previously said, to the wage distribution, and if they provide for a decent standard of living for workers. It emerges also in the directive that the adoption of a relative approach is not enough to guarantee adequate minimum wage in the member states. For this reason, in addition to the relative approach set in Article 5, Recital 28 introduced also an absolute approach as a sort of control mechanism for the adequacy of the minimum wage that are in line with the wage distribution. However, this approach necessary to verify if work really pay is introduced only in a recital and, as a consequence, is only suggested to member states. Finally, the consideration of the national socioeconomic conditions and of the long-term national productivity levels, in addition to the element previously considered, expresses the importance of balancing the social function of wages with the economical one. Article 4 aims at increasing the collective bargaining coverage with the idea that minimum wage protection provided in collective agreements in low-pay occupation is adequate and therefore provides for a decent standard of living. Recital 13 and Recital 16. Indeed, Recital 25 states that member states with a small share of low-wage earners have a collective bargaining coverage rate above 80%. So it is possible to argue that the directive is based on a presumption that high collective bargaining coverage, more than 80%, corresponds to wage adequacy. First, this presumption probably is problematic, for example, in Italy, that result with a collective bargaining coverage higher than 80%. Indeed, in recent times, increase has been seen in the long-term trend of reducing labor costs by social dumping caused by competing sectoral agreements, as Christina previously said. The existence of a variety of agreements that might be applied by the employer regardless to the business conducted often result in severe reduction in terms of wages and working condition. In this context, there is an increasing number of pirate collective agreements signed by non-representative unions or by fully representative unions that often negotiate downward and undercut wages as compared to the pair level set in collective agreements signed by most representative trade unions. However, it must be specified that the competing sectoral collective agreements, in Italy you have more than almost 1,000 collective agreements, are signed both by unknown as well as long-established trade unions. And this phenomenon leads to downwards negotiation and wage reduction, especially for VUP1, so for low and unskilled employees that are probably the most vulnerable employees. Secondly, Article 4 requires member states to establish an action plan to promote collective bargaining where collective bargaining coverage does not reach at least 80% of the workers. The article introduces a sort of an obligation for the member states with the ambition of being persecuted with an infringement procedure. However, it is not clear how the collective bargaining coverage has to be calculated to identify which member states have the obligation to adopt this document. For example, if we consider OECD data, the collective bargaining coverage in Italy is 100%. And this data is arguable. Indeed, in Italy, employees are considered covered by a collective agreement, even though their employer is not obliged to apply the collective agreement. Thus, this data concerning collective bargaining coverage implies the fact that the employees can claim in tribunal for the wage guaranteeing collective agreements. However, vulnerable employees usually not have enough resources and power to claim in court for the application of the minimum wage of the national sectoral collective agreements. In addition, the judge is not obliged to apply the minimum wage set in the national collective agreement when he or she determines the remuneration in line with Article 36 of the Italian Constitution. To conclude, it is very frequently said that the Directive on Adequate Minimum Wages marks a paradigm shift towards social Europe, and it is an essential component of the European model of social market economy stated in Article 3 of the Treaty of European Union, and in line with the objective to upward social convergence. The directive, I think, is certainly a very important political paradigm shift towards social Europe, but probably it suffers of many limits deriving from the lack of competence of European Union on pay. Probably the directive is the best possible result, rebus sic stantibus, but if we really want to upward social convergence, the road probably still long and paved with obstacles. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther, for this very insightful presentation on the new directive on adequate minimum wage. And I will very quickly move to our second speaker, Lineke Smit from the Dutch European Anti-Poverty Network. So please, Janneke.
Hello, I'm Lineke Smit, an expert in generational transfer and social exclusion. I will begin with, if society takes care of broad prosperity, then the individual has room to take care of their own well-being. I also want to apologize in advance because the English language is not my most used language. And I can understand it well written and spoken, but speaking it myself, it's difficult. Working poor is a very diverse issue because a person can be poor working because the income is not sufficient to cover all the costs plus personal living needs. And they can be people in paid employment, but also people who work independently in, for example, a creative profession, where there are insufficient assignment. And these are the most common thoughts about the working poor if society takes... dit gaat verkeerd. Zo. Nee, dit. Ja, nou, ik heb hem wel, maar het is goed. There are more groups of working poor. Someone in the Netherlands who receives participation benefits, they often perform work in return for the benefit. The benefit is very minimal, Result is a person who's working poor, but the system that it's called for fair. But what is individually very unfair? Indecent too. Society takes advantage of someone without a job, and this is at an expense of one's own value. Often the issue is made financially. Poverty throughout society has a direct link to the money. So for many people, being working poor is also often about money. But it's deeper, and there is more. Someone with well-paying job who has to work 80 hours a week because the responsibilities of the job demand that, who is also working poor. After all, he cannot participate in a good social life. He cannot be there for the family. And in all cases, it gives stress. The stress, sooner or later, gives illness, and from which society incurs additional costs. For many, many years, I have believed that our society would benefit from a basic income. This takes away stress, and it creates space to live. As a result, people become healthier and happier. I'd like you to take now a little into different moments of my life, so that you can be recognition from the experience. On May the 9th of 1961, I was born as the eldest daughter in a working class family. Quite traditional. What was then quite normal. Father worked full-time as a plumber, and mother was at home taking care of the family. My parents were children in the Second World War. Their parents, to the extent there were any, were busy with the war. The children, my parents, raised themselves. Socially and emotionally, this was not very helpful. They learned to be invisible. They learned that stuff mattered. They learned that showing emotion was not okay. I was set. The example by my parents that hard work was supposed to matter, that you were supposed to give yourself away, that you had to be invisible. Live by what society expected. A good daughter was a quiet daughter who did what was expected in elementary school, and I was built a little bit. I was bullied a little bit. I was the kid who doesn't belong anywhere, not with the farmers in the village, not with the farm workers. My father was a craftsman, only in the village. But all the village needed him too, from poor to rich. Everyone needed him. But it doesn't fit. And in high school, for the first time, there were two teachers who saw me for who I was. They set me free as I blossomed for the first time in my life. It was a good time. Even though I performed below my level. In the beginning, I received a VWO recommendation. My father thought it would be better for me to go to domestic science school. After all, I could learn how to run a household. The compromise became MAVO. The two teachers who saw me allowed me to take an exam in an extra subject. It was business and economics. Actually, I still keep track on my private life in an accounting way. I work with lists and budgets. The dream was to study nursing after school. With wisdom, in retrospect, this was not my dream, but my mother's dream. For 2 years, I took that course, and then I turned out and that it isn't for me. It wasn't good for me. I didn't have the skills to successfully complete that. Constantly saying goodbye to people was hard for me. In addition, I was in a relationship with someone who was addicted to drugs, and he asked if I couldn't get to the pills. Rather quit the training than do that. Dus I stopped the job. If you learned to make yourself invisible, to be subservient, then you are a kind of prey for people with narcissistic behavior. During this time, I was working poor because I was very lonely in places with a lot of people. The period after this was a time when, perhaps against my better judgment, I maintained the relationship with a partner who has a good job and 2 children, plus a nice house, etc. After all, to the outside world, I had success. Personally, I was a sort of erased during that time. I worked at home to bring out the pretty picture as best as I could. The ultimate form of being a working poor. An empty life, working very hard inside the home, but not being valued and getting valued. I will come back to this later. Meanwhile, it's 2002. The relationship is over. I was allowed to do a short training to get started as a bookkeeper for a shipping company. I had the technical skills, social emotional skills. They I'd not have been yet resolved. I worked a lot, but felt I was failing short in many areas. The children's school felt I was too unavailable. The employer felt that I was spending too much time at home and with the children. They prolonged stress and made me resign immediately. It was an escape. I was initially fortunately to receive immediately benefits. At the same time, there was a kick-off of the bottom of the pill. I applied still not from me, and because I wanted to. I want to be seen, I want to be heard, I wanted to exist. Feeling filled and worth nothing, but also because I always heard that. Financially, it went downhill fast. When I was working, it could fill one hole with another. Without work, this is impossible. Bills built up. It became a big mountain. A foundation was laid for the children as at that time. And along with them, I learned to see myself. I learned to give and receive attention. I started volunteering at a political party, a safe place to learn from my own opinion. I found myself there. I was there more and more, but not quite there yet. It was still that I went beyond my limits. I worked after the party office from early to late, every day. Virtually unpaid. A small expense allowance which gave me a chance to talk to people a lot and on the road. That gave me communication skills. Meanwhile, debt was building up. Too many expenses and not enough income. The children's father wasn't paying child support. I was no longer working. Got fined upon fine. Because I was behind on payments, sometimes adding an unwise expense, but because I wanted my children to participate in life. A hard winter came in 2006. We were cut off from gas and water and light. We managed to survive with a bit of effort. Meanwhile, my oldest son was out of school and had his first job. He tried to sort things out. By trying to make arrangements in the meantime, I first went to social work, told my story there, and I was told that there were people with much more debt. This made me feel unheard, a pattern from the past. Oh, te ver. Waar was ik nou? Pattern from the past. Yeah, the social worker. The social worker only wanted to reassure me. We didn't speak the same language. Eventually, I ended up at the GKB. They said my son's income would be count towards the repayment. I couldn't do that. I didn't want him to leave home with debts. The result was that we ended up on the street. That was the time when I couldn't go down any further. My children went to live with their father, which was very difficult for me. I lived for 2 weeks or more or less on the street with my dog. When I finally got a place at the shelter, I had to give up my support. My support was the dog. The work at the political party I was still doing. That too was a line of life. It gave a kind of structure and existence. It was my anchor and a time. Ja, dom. Nee. Hij zit even hoger. Yeah. I live for the work and the political part I was still doing. That too was a line of life. I gave a kind of structure and existence for me. It was my anchor, and at a time when everything had fallen apart. Even though it was an anchor that it wasn't right. It was a lot of work and getting paid nothing. At least no money. To experiences, it was invaluable. In the shelter, I brought out my old behavior. I was invisible again. Made sure I wasn't a nuisance. That eventually allowed me to quickly move on to a room. I have found dependency complicated. Autonomy and self-direction is important, especially for people who had narcissistic behavior from others in their past. A period broke in which I gradually learned a little more about myself, what music made me things like that, which music I liked. And I became a kind of refugee in my own country. Because of private renting, I ended up back in so a refugee in my native country. I had to say goodbye to the political work that I had brought me a lot. It was no longer compatible with the work I was obliged to do for social services. Mind-numbing work, 8 hours a day, ironing clothes, with worse than sold in a thrift store. Good for the community. it didn't bring me much, except a lot of thinking. And the chance to analyze the business again. The old behavior of being able to make myself invisible came in handy. Then again, I did bring problems because I wanted to do the work as well as possible. I was inattentive at home. It resulted in the problems with payment department of the municipality. I fled to my son from there. From there, with some help from the employee of the municipality where I got problems, I came to the southwest of Drenthe. There, things got much worse at first. I became depressed again, not as deep as long as before. But in August 2030, then I got a puppy. With him, I went forward step by step. And I got to know people there through the dog. My network grew again after a while. And in 2016, I also started volunteering again. I believed that then I could no longer do anything else. I was not worth it getting paid for work. Meanwhile, I was reading a lot of books and thinking a lot about why do people do what they do, why do I do the way I do, and it gave insights that I needed to change my behavior. And then the situation would be changed. January 2018, I got the opportunity to train as an experienced expert on generational poverty and social exclusion. This was this was my opportunity to gain full employment. Being part of a social change is what drives me. After the training, I was fortunately able to start working immediately at Expertise Center Strong Out of Poverty. Here I worked for 3 years. At the moment, I am on the sidelines because the financial situation of Strong Out of Poverty is uncertain. Due to the lack of my paid employment history, I'm now only entitled to 3 months unemployment, and this feels unfair and unjust. My work was different and unpaid, but not worthless and not unimportant. I'm currently debt-free, and I'm about to move. The last pieces of the puzzle are being put in place, and on my way to work without being poor. Every work is worth being paid for.
Thank you so much, Lineke, for sharing with us your experience, and this was very moving and also very insightful because your voice and your experience is really what we should have in mind whenever we do our job. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. We have roughly 14 minutes for Q&A, which means that now you can raise your hand and present yourself very quickly and address your question to our speakers. I see a hand over there, please.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Goulas. I'm a master's student from Tilburg, originally from Greece. First of all, thank you for your speeches. I have a question directed mostly to Ms. Vela. I would like to hear about the action plan for increasing coverage, collective bargaining coverage. What are your expectations? What do you think would be effective measures, maybe more specifically in Italy, since you have that experience and we have 2 Italians in the panel. Yeah, and generally, what are your expectations regarding that action plan? Thank you.
I'd rather collect a few questions together and then, if there is any other question. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. Henri Haapala from the University of Antwerp Center for Social Policy. I've got a question mainly for Vincenzo. You mentioned the kind of the micro versus macro role of the social partners, or kind of how like it's necessary for unions to sort of make their voice more established on also the macro regime. And I've been doing some very interesting reading about this as well, because, you know, when we look at the macroeconomic discussion, it often seems to be that wage growth is sort of kind of defined out of the equation in a way, or like now when we have the kind of discussion about wage price spirals or about high inflation, and then wages can't rise above or to the level of inflation to avoid kind of causing this kind of spiral, which, as was mentioned earlier this morning, is not necessarily the case. We have the IMF evidence. So kind of what is there in particular that unions can do to bring themselves into this more sort of like changing the macroeconomic debate into the wage earner sort of perspective? Thanks. My name, Henry.
Other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, hello, my name's Michael Gouze. I'm a student at Tilburg University, but I've got a background as a trade union representative in the postal sector in the UK. I was a representative during privatisation. Just first, thank you, Lineker, for giving us your personal account. And I'd just like to reassure you that your English is beautiful, so we have no issues understanding your English, so thank you. It's interesting here, I started counting how many times the word minimum wage was mentioned, and not once the word maximum wage was mentioned. So I'm curious as to why there's not more conversation here about maximum wage. And the second point that I'd like to make was that it seems that the most vulnerable workers, and we can talk about VUPs 2, 3, and 4, they don't have access to the minimum wage by virtue of their working arrangements. So it seems to be that the solution offered here is for them to join a trade union. But we know that there's a context of general trade union decline, so it seems like you're trying to put a triangle into a square. It doesn't make sense. So my point here is that why is there so much reliance on trade unions here to kind of get workers on board? I'll give you a very quick story. I was working for Royal Mail, I was working for the Communication Workers Union, and we tried to unionize some of the DPD workers who moved in next door to us. And when we tried to enter their premises and when we tried to get them to join the trade union, the workers were told there if they talked to us that they would be fired or let go. So what can trade unions do in the face of hostile environments? You know, I think you mentioned that trade unions might not have empathy, and I disagree. I think we do. But when we're in a hostile environment, it's very difficult for trade unions to operate. So perhaps how can we look at making the environment less hostile for trade unions, and we can do the work of bringing on board more trade union members? So I'm curious to see what your thoughts are on that. Thank you.
Last question. I don't know if there is anyone from the online. No? Okay, so we have 8 minutes to answer all these questions. Esther?
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. I try to answer. The expectation for the action plan, the first question. I think that the action plan is an important instrument if we want to make collective bargaining stronger with the question of minimum adequate wages. But the problem, in my opinion, I told before, is that how we decide to calculate the collective bargaining coverage. So I think that this is the problem, because if we want to make this instrument effective, we have to decide how to measure. And this is a very big problem in Italy, because when we think on collective bargaining, we know that we have very different systems. So the problem are different if you consider French, if you consider Spain, that have a system of collective bargaining that it is very regulated. So you don't have a problem to measure the collective bargaining, probably to measure the collective bargaining coverage. The Italian system is not a regulated system. It's a system that it's regulated by the social partners. So we don't have a system to measure the collective bargaining coverage. So also the 80% coverage that is probably more realistic, we don't know if it is realistic. So it's Italy has a collective bargaining coverage of 78% and it has to adopt the action plan, or it has a collective bargaining coverage of 82% that it has not to adopt the action plan. I think that this is the problem, and this can be something that can make weaker the directive, because I think that it is very important for Italy probably to adopt the action plan, but if you are not obliged, or if we have something to escape from this obligation, Italy, I'm sure, that does not adopt the action plan. So I think that it is a very important problem, because if we want to believe in the collective bargaining as an instrument to guarantee adequate wage, I think that this is a problem. And what can trade unions do about that problem if we consider that trade unions are always less strong? This is another big problem, because we believe on the capacity of trade unions to do something, but they are always less representative between employees. But I think that this is connected also to the fact that employees are always poorer, not in terms of working poor, but in terms of capacity to pay also the fees to enter in the unions. Probably standard employees are the one with the higher tax of inscription to the union, but other employees like, for example, part-timer, temporary worker, and also, for example, the solo self-employed don't enter a union because in Italy, for example, they don't think that unions correctly represent their interests, because there's also a sort of war between the poorest, between employees, low and skilled employees, between self-employed, between temporary workers. So I think that it's very difficult, but we have to do something probably, and we have to start from from one point. We have to start. I hope to have answered. Thank you.
Yes, I'll try to be as short as I can. On the macroeconomic issue, yeah, it's true, but it's also true that trade unions in many examples and in many contexts has somehow interiorized this idea of not creating problems to the maneuver. And I'll bring you the very recent example of Sweden. So Sweden is among all the other European countries affected by a huge rise of prices of everything. So there's like an inflation that, if I'm not mistaken, is well beyond 12%. And in Sweden, this is the round of renegotiations of collective agreements, and the system is based on the fact that the first round of collective agreements is run by the metal sector. So the metal sector is like the benchmark for the next rounds of negotiations. And the agreement between the trade unions and the employers' association is to raise salaries around 4-5%. So that's the agreement that they reached, okay? With an admission of responsibility from the trade unions not to create this spiral of inflation. So as you can see, this idea of responsible social partners or responsible trade unions has a narrative of pushing down the real role of trade unions to pursue interest of workers. And in other contexts, like for instance in Italy, where we don't have statutory minimum wages, during the austerity period, the public sector did not negotiate raise increases. For now, Andrea and Esther will correct me, I think for at least 8 years, there was no increase in the public sector. And then the court, the constitutional court, needed to intervene on this. So there is some sort of a narrative which traps also trade unions into this idea of being responsible, but in the end it creates just obstacles for trade unions to play their macroeconomic role. On the issue of obstacles for trade unions, there are many factors that of course create obstacles for workers to be part of trade unions. Just to give you a couple of examples. In systems where trade unions are strong in terms of membership, usually trade unions offer tangible benefits. So for instance, in Sweden, trade unions is highly connected to unemployment benefits. So it's a system according to which you're eligible to unemployment benefits only whether you have a union membership. Now, when the fee for the unemployment benefits was raised, we saw in Sweden a decline of union membership. So to some extent, there is a connection between the fees, the cost that you pay, and the level of solidarity that you want to share with your colleagues and the other work. On top of that, of course, many companies, or in some sectors, like for instance in the tech sector, anti-union behaviors are very spread, okay? And there, it's difficult even for trade unions to access the workplaces, or as we've seen in Amazon and in other cases in the US, it's very complicated even to start a campaign to get membership done. The challenge is big, nonetheless, as also the US experience has proven, it can be successful if trade unions think laterally or start to be smarter. Sorry for using this expression, in a way that they find different non-traditional way to get to the vulnerable groups. In Sweden, TCO, which is the trade union organizing white-collar workers with a university background, they were pretty successful in organizing platform workers as soon as they started to campaign through social media. So they reached out to these workers by using massively and much more than in the past, Twitter, LinkedIn, and other social media. So I think that the challenges are big, but there are still possibilities for trade unions to cope with that. I hope we answered the questions, and we are also perfectly in time. So with no much further ado, I will just thank the speakers for their presentation, and you for listening to us, and have a nice lunch. And I will see you after for the next sessions of this conference. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I hope you enjoyed our break together. Let's now start with the second part of the conference, which is opened by a plenary session, preceded by some highlights from the parallel sessions. We had the idea that it was nice also to examine, to cross-analyze and mention the main highlights of the parallel sessions. And therefore, Antonio, myself, and Nuna Zekic will act as rapporteurs of the parallel sessions A, B, and C, trying to very briefly summarize the key messages from the 3 previous sessions. So, Antonio, on session A.
Hi again. I have here a permanent position in the table, always on stage. I will use my 10 minutes to summarize what happened in the parallel session A, although this is of course very difficult. We were talking about the role of social partners and in general the industrial relations system in relation to wage setting and more in particular in relation to minimum wages, and we discuss a series of problems and obstacles that trade unions are facing in a broad sense, in the institutional context in which trade unions are working, and also in a more micro level, if I can, the kind of practical constraints, the kind of practical problems that they find in their daily job. So, and these two perspectives, of course, influence each other. So the macro, the context, the institutional, influences the possibilities for action at micro level. But of course, there is always a certain degree of possibilities to act, to think laterally, like Vincenzo said, to find ways to overcome difficulties. One of the problems we were discussing, and I think this was interesting, is to what extent the narratives that make trade unions work problematic have been internalized by trade unions themselves. And here we were talking about the role of trade unions at macro or in the debates that take place at the macroeconomic level, and how trade unions sometimes they refrain themselves to fully engage in these debates in some, at least in some countries and in some settings, and how important it would be that they fully engage here. Then more in particular about the minimum wages, Esther Vila was explaining to us how Working Jet project has engaged with the ideas of fairness and adequacy of minimum wages. These are two different concepts that of course are related but are different. Fairness is more about reduction of inequalities, about a certain project and idea of justice, whereas adequacy is more about a decent standard of living. But these two ideas should be combined, should go hand in hand, because they of course influence each other. Esther was describing at length the contents or the possible contents of these two ideas, also in relation to the recently adopted directive on minimum wages at EU level, and where the problems in relation with these two ideas are to be found in the proposal, which has been evaluated in a positive way. So it's a good thing that we have this directive. It's not anymore a proposal. This directive is a good thing that we have this minimum wage directive, but it still has some problems, or we can foresee some problems in the future. In particular, problems related to the coverage of collective bargaining and how we measure this coverage, this famous 80% coverage, because this is not obvious, and we were discussing many problems that can happen.
on this point. Last, but I can guarantee you that not least, we had the intervention by Linneke Smith, and here I would like to highlight the importance to have this kind of interventions. It was part of the idea of this project to give visibility and voice to persons that have experienced in-work poverty or that experience in-work poverty. I think in parallel session A, we had a good example of why this is important, because we could really hear a person that have experienced it itself and knows what he's talking about, not only from a theoretical perspective, because behind the numbers, we have the persons and their lives. And I just want to highlight some of keywords that appear in this intervention. The idea of invisibility, so the idea of exclusion of people, of persons experiencing in-work poverty, the idea that they cannot fully participate in our society, they cannot fully engage in our society. One of the things that Linneke wanted to do was to get involved in politics, and she has been involved in politics, but at a high cost. It was very difficult for her. Other word that came out, and it's interesting because Olivier de Schutter was talking this morning about how we value work. And a key word here was the value of work, was the value of the work of the persons that are in the more precarious position in our societies. These persons work very hard, still their work is not valued, and this has societal consequences, but also individual consequences that are pretty important. I mean, we need to keep this in mind. We are talking about persons. We are not talking about numbers only. I think my time has finished, more or less. Well, I can add two other ideas that came with the Linneke intervention. The difficulty to conciliate when one is in a precarious situation, to conciliate work that you are supposed to do, even if you are working for the social services, or even if you are working for free. You are supposed to work for free also, and it's very difficult to conciliate with care, which is also work if we think about it. So again, value of work, what we do, we consider work, what we don't value, what we value. Last but not least, the idea of dignity. Work is very much linked to dignity. I think that's why the ILO is very, I mean, the motto of the ILO is fantastic. Labor is not a commodity means exactly that. Labor is, there are persons behind and there is dignity behind, and we have to protect the dignity of the persons, and in-work poverty endangers the dignity of the persons. So we know this theoretically, but sometimes we need to listen to the people that have experienced a difficult situation to realize what this really means. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Antonio. I will summarize myself session B. Session B was about in-work poverty and self-employment. We had 4 interventions. I would say that key messages come from the general to the more particular aspects of self-employment. General aspects were analyzed by Monika Tomaszewska from University of Gdańsk. And she started from a very self-evident, if you want, remark, but it's very important when we consider self-employment as a category or group or cluster of people, and its internal heterogeneity. It's to say self-employment is nothing. We have to look into the details and be cautious when we treat self-employment as a big homogeneous group, because it's not at all. Monica gave very nice examples. Self-employment range from farmers to top managers. And the levels of education vary from very low education, really elementary primary education, to top level education, which means that also the levels of inward poverty, so the income levels, are very much heterogeneous across this continuum. This has direct effects on not only on the classification of their contracts, but also on social security contributions. On the classification, Monica gave the self-evident Polish example, where millions of workers are not under the labor code, but are under their civil code. So this is private law contractors that therefore are not covered typically by the main institutions of labor law. Only recently, Polish law started to cover some aspects of their contracts. Last point that she raised, I think it's also very important to take into account, is the percentage of involuntary self-employed. We discussed about involuntary part-timers this morning. There are statistics behind the idea of involuntary part-time. There's also statistics about the involuntary self-employed. Here we have, once more, heterogeneity across the member states. Namely, we have member states where self-employed is very likely to be involuntary. On the contrary, we have countries where it is not at all the case. This has an effect on how self-employment work is performed, and in turn has an effect on how self-employment workers are represented by self-employment associations. And here, once again, it's a very patchy scenario across the European Union. We have member states allowing freely to negotiate kind of collective agreements, whereas we have also member states trying to block. Of course, there will be a streamline effect of the guidelines from the European Commission on this, but this remains to be seen. We are going more in particular to the particular aspects of the self-employment. Valeria Polignano told us very interesting research that she's doing in her ERC project, Respect Me, right? And she made a distinction between paid and unpaid work, and unpaid work, particularly in some forms of self-employment, and particularly, I would say, in platform work, is work which is not paid because it's the work that we do to prepare the performance, to stand by before the activity is carried out, etc. And along this continuum between unpaid and paid work, being a sociologist, she looked at workers' autonomy. And she made an interesting distinction between some platforms which tend to respect workers' autonomy, so the open regime model, and other platforms that tend to restrict workers' autonomy, the closed regime model. She also gave practical examples from Deliveroo, Jello, Upwork, and Takeaway, and her scope, a territorial scope, was the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. It seems, after her analysis, one of the takeaway messages is that it seems that depending on the type of platforms, we can have people better off. To be more precise, the result was that food delivery workers are better off in closed regimes, meaning having less autonomy. Also, when I say autonomy, less autonomy also to choose to work for another platform. Whereas freelancers, platform workers, enjoy much more being in open regimes. So having the possibility to work to work for multiple clients at the same time. The final point that she raised was about income levels. And of course, this is again a typical aspect of self-employment, but again, even more typical in platform work, because income levels is inconstant in time. And this, we have seen this in the Work IP project so far. Low work intensity and income uncertainty are probably the two biggest drivers of in-work poverty. So this is also an aspect that I think we should take into account. Third presentation was by Christina Hissel. She looked at the social security side of self-employed people, with particular attention to social security transfers that were done during the pandemic. And she analyzed the Netherlands, Italy, and Germany, trying to figure out what were the best practices or worst practices, as she named. It seems that there are big differences, once again, when we look at self-employment across these three countries. In Italy, it seems there's a wide range of measures when it comes to their labor law aspects, so to say, because there are different kinds of self-employed persons, to which correspond different bits and pieces of legislation. This resulted in very high numbers of self-employed in Italy, and as a consequence, during the pandemic, very efficient social security transfers from the state to the self-employed. It seems it's completely the other way around in Germany, where there is also a conceptual restriction on the idea of self-employed, so only really genuine self-employed are considered by the law as self-employed, but this means that the numbers are lower. It means that no labor law type protection is extended to those people, and it also meant during the pandemic that social security transfer were virtually absent for these genuine self-employed, except this idea to reimburse the costs incurred in the previous periods, but this resulted to be very, very weak protection. The Netherlands has an increasing share of self-employment persons, but still low levels of involuntary self-employment. In contrast with Italy, where involuntary self-employment is 45%, this may also derive from the fact that the numbers in absolute terms are very high. I think the final message from Christina's presentation was that, and it's common to many of our analyses, that COVID-19 measures were a test bed for many legal systems. In a way, she also suggested that it could become a missed opportunity because some member states proved not to learn the lesson during COVID, so they simply stopped social security transfers. This was also what Paul Schaukens was telling us before. On the contrary, probably social security systems should now, without any hesitation, include self-employed persons in their scope. Also, our panel was concluded by two members of the APN. In our case, it was Vito and Ciro. A very important and touching experience as well. I won't dwell into details, but the trajectory of people experiencing poverty and in-work poverty is inconstant. Hopefully it's getting better and better, but unfortunately it's not the case in many member states. That was not the case at all for Ciro, who told us interesting aspects of his trajectory, despite the fact that he was able even to get a university degree, a prestigious one, a very useful one. He was able to start working as an educator with adolescents. Nonetheless, he's having 4 kids. He still faces huge challenges when it comes to income stability, particularly when the economy slows down. COVID-19 again was a test bed, and since the level of income was inconstant, they had to prioritize their expenses over the payment of taxes, for instance, which was put at the second or third priority. He gave us very, I would say, direct and interesting tips and policy conclusions. First of all, there should be a joint action from the social partners, including other stakeholders, to push policymakers do something on this. There should be a transversal working group working on poverty and inward poverty and trying to positively influence the decisions taken in Brussels and at member states level. And thirdly, I think one of the aspects that was also interesting is that he highlighted the need to take care of the young. So the young are probably the most, including children, probably the most touched category when it comes to poverty and inward poverty, but education and accompanying the young in their exit from poverty resulted to be one of the key messages. So this was a little bit session B. I will now leave the floor to Nuna Cekic on session C. Thanks, Nuna.
Yes, thank you, Luca. Yes, session C was on the gender dimension of in-work poverty, where we actually had quite a lot of female participants. I think we only had 2 or 3 men in the room, so maybe next time, the men can also join a gender panel or something like that. But in any case, because it was a very interesting session, the main message is actually, and also from our project, is that in-work poverty is not gender neutral, right? Women are overrepresented in non-standard jobs, and women are often, not always, but often, you could say second earners in a household, right? So they have a more precarious position. Maaike Houwerzeil first walked us through the legal framework, the EU legal framework, which could actually be divided in 2 parts, like the older directives, the non-standard work directives like part-time work directive, fixed-term directive, and temp agency work directive. And these directives were all actually mainly focused on helping women participate in the labor market. And other groups, of course, on the labor market. So these have certain flaws. And we have had quite some recent developments, interesting developments, like the Work-Life Balance Directive and the Directive on Transparent and Predictable Working Conditions, but these are still very recent, so we will have to wait and see what the effects are there. So, considering the EU legal framework, you could say that the glass is half empty or half full, depending on how you look at it. Then Marta Capeschiotti, if I'm saying it correctly, gave a presentation on actually, well, that part of the project on gender dimension. She was one of the authors of that report. That's really an excellent report. I read it and I can really recommend it because it's covers all the elements of the gender dimension that can have a role in this discussion. I can only highlight that what Marta told us, that actually men and women, of course you already know, don't have the same position on the labor market, right? There is still a gap in employment rates, so less women are in employment than men. But also a very important aspect is the horizontal and vertical segregation. actually of jobs, right? So horizontal segregation refers to the fact that in certain sectors like education, healthcare, or social care, women are overrepresented, right? And usually these sectors are sectors who receive lower pay, right? So yeah, we will have lots of, for example, elderly care facilities where like 80% of the nurses and other staff is women, and then the men are the directors and the managers. So that's horizontal segregation, and then there is, of course, then also vertical segregation. What I refer to is the fact that men are then overrepresented in higher functions within one organization. So the higher you go, the less women there are in a certain organization. And we talked quite a lot about that. And according to Marta and other researchers, it's mainly the root cause of this, of both horizontal and vertical segregation, is gender stereotyping. Right? We have certain beliefs about what women are good at and what men are good at, and we see that back in all kinds of decisions that are made, also in terms of how much the wages are in the health sector, for example, or who gets promoted and who doesn't. Work-life balance, of course, we touched upon as well. Very important topic in this regard. We see that, well, Marta and other researchers have found that women experience a fall in wage, a fall in pay with childbirth. And this then translates into persistent wage gap, actually, compared to men, persistent wage inequality, where men, when they become fathers, they don't have this wage penalty, usually. So work-life balance, combining the responsibilities you have at home and your job is a very important subject in this matter. Intersectionality is also very important because women are not a homogeneous group, right? We are not all the same. And especially when more of these, as lawyers call that the forbidden grounds for discrimination, right? When there are more of them combined, then you see that the risk of poverty also increases significantly. So migrant women or older women or women with disabilities, for example, will have even higher risk of poverty. But the main message actually from Marta was that actually how we in this project, but also that's usually how people measure and research in work poverty, is not completely right. And that is because we look at the household level, right? We have told it many times today. But this assumes that in the household, everybody has the same access to the household income and everybody, but we don't know that, right? So there are different kinds of families. We don't know what women, what is their individual situation. And we don't also see in the numbers how much they contribute and what they can do with those resources. So that was the main message. And then we have Louise Kelly. She's from a Caritas organization, and she walked us actually through the specific situation of Luxembourg. That's where her organization is most active. And Luxembourg is a very interesting country because it is one of the richest countries in the world. not only in Europe but in the world. But from the seven countries that we have investigated, it has also the highest level of in-work poverty. Actually, if I have the numbers correct, it's more than 19% of workers in Luxembourg are at risk of poverty. And when you look at child poverty, it's even more problematic, because more than 28% of children are at risk of poverty. And so why is this actually, that in such a rich country, we have such a also precarious situations? There are no specific policy measures to tackle in-work poverty in Luxembourg as of today, I think. And there has been an increase of fixed-term contracts and other non-standard forms of work. Minimum wage, even though it's comparatively high, it's still below the poverty line. Of course, there has been inflation there, right? So the living costs have gone up tremendously, and there is also an unjust tax system, which prioritizes married couples and actually, kind of punishes, you could say, the single parents or single households. This also affects mostly women and migrant workers, but also young adults. We concluded the session with short discussion. We mostly talked about that, what I just mentioned, the horizontal and vertical segregation. But we also talked about, thinking maybe a little bit outside of the box in terms of, policy measures that can be taken. And for example, Meike brought up a proposal to, not her own proposal, but a proposal that is, for example, been made by trade unions in the Netherlands to have a standard working week of 30 hours a week. So it can, make the work-life balance for women, but also for fathers, and have them, be better involved with the children. So also thinking about the children, not only about employment and wages. So we talked quite a lot about that. There were also, of course, somebody mentioned that there is a proposal in Belgium that you can also work 4 days a week instead of 5, but then actually it means that the working hours are still the same, and you have to work longer days on those 4 days a week. So and these people said that doesn't really help, because it only makes the working days much longer. So there is a lot to think about. What are good solutions here? But that's, I think, sums it up a little bit. Thank you.
Thanks, Nuna. Thanks very much. So with these highlights, we open the second part of this plenary. The aim of this afternoon plenary is to give you some messages from a policy perspective. We will start with a conceptual presentation by Anne Arangwitz, and then we will go to policy proposals at both national and European level. As usual, these are the outcomes of very long, complex, and debated deliverables that we have produced within the consortium during these 3 years. And I thank very much the colleagues that are presenting these policy proposals, because as you can easily understand, this is the risky part of our story. And therefore, after the coffee break, which will be 3:45, then we will have policymakers debating about also our policy proposals, and we will see which ones they are willing to pick up or not. So that will be also a test. So our first speaker is Anne Arangwitz. She's now assistant professor at Tilburg University, the Netherlands, and she will talk about inward poverty and EU social citizenship. Thanks very much, Anne.
Thank you, Luca, and thank you all the participants for being here. And of course, thank you very much for the organizers for the so far flawless organization of the event. So yeah, today I have the not so easy task to zoom out of all the discussions that we've been having so far and talk to you about in-work poverty and citizenship. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the departure point of how this part of the research came to be. And it's based on the idea that the motto of the EU project, the historical motto of the EU project, is flawed, and in-work poverty is proof of these flaws, or is evidence of this. Sorry. And this is something that the motto is something that we see embedded in the different treaties that have been adopted throughout the years. Starting already in the very foundations of the EU, at the moment the Economic Union with the Treaty of Rome, where we see already references to social progress or the accelerated standard of living as a consequence of lifting the barriers and opening the internal market. And this is something that has been repeated throughout the different treaties. In the Treaty of Maastricht, we have the introduction of citizenship and the mention that the EU has a role to play in making that the rights of citizens are being fulfilled. And here as well, we see a mention of social progress, again, as a consequence of opening the internal market. And most clearly, we see it with the Treaty of Lisbon, where we not only have a broad idea of social progress, but we have a very clear idea also of the well-being of the union's peoples, of a social market economy, of the goal to combat social exclusion, and so on. The fact that we have in-work poverty, and moreover, that is a persistent and increasing phenomenon, it's flagging the problem with this motto, and that it is not working. It is not, either it is not creating social progress, or at least this social progress is not being distributed among citizens, and in particular in the context of this research, is not representing vulnerable citizens. So there is a need to reconceptualize what EU citizenship means. Now, what is citizenship? There is not really a clear definition of this. There is no clear understanding of how you enter into this membership of the community or what rights and obligations derive from it. But in essence, it comes down to three dimensions. First, we have rights and obligations, which is the bulk of entitlements that are derived from belonging to a certain membership. And here it is important to note from the point of view of social rights and social citizenship that we cannot distinguish or create a difference between civil and political rights on the one hand and social rights on the other, because one cannot exist without the other. People are very unlikely to be able to benefit, or at least to benefit to the fullest, of civil and political rights if they don't have the same departure point, and for that we need social rights. Besides rights, we also have a dimension of legitimacy, which is the fact that we have a common we, a common membership, a common community, and a third dimension that refers to the idea of participation, which entails at least two things. One, that citizens can, in one way or another, influence the decision-making of these rights, and two, that they can benefit from the consequences. And from the point of view of citizenship and social rights, what's important to note is that we're not only talking about individual participation, but that there is also a very important collective aspect to it. Now, if we look into not citizenship generally, but what EU citizenship is, we see that primarily from a social rights point of view, the ones that benefit from EU citizenship are those who exercise the right to free movement. And as such, we can talk about isopolitical citizenship. What this means is that, for the most part, EU citizenship does not create vertical rights, so this traditional idea of the nation state giving rights to citizens, but creates horizontal rights. It entitles citizens to enter the political community of a different member state. So as such, if you exercise the right to free movement, under certain circumstances, you will gain access to the welfare state of other member states. But it does not have an impact in terms of social rights in what we would call a sympolitical citizenship. That is this idea of vertical rights that is more commonly associated with the nation state. There are some traces of this kind of citizenship that we find in labor law harmonization and other social policy instruments, but this is not directly linked to citizenship. So what we find essentially here is that citizenship and social rights in the EU are sort of conflicting with the very same idea of citizenship that is supposed to give a common membership that grants members equal rights and duties. Because at the end of the day, it only benefits a small group of EU citizens, which is around 3% of EU citizens. Now, in the way forward of, okay, so we have this ideal of citizenship and this EU citizenship that doesn't really fit into it, what are the next steps? The clear notion is that we need to depart from the idea that mobility is the motor of EU citizenship. And before we moved into new areas, new rights, we considered also in the research existing areas like fundamental rights or labor law harmonization or governance. But particularly from the point of view of in-work poverty, we deemed this to be insufficient in their current states. So there is particularly a need to, on the one hand, empower stayers, not only those who exercise the right to free movement, and on the other hand, to substantiate the container of social rights, especially when we look at this container vis-a-vis other areas of EU law. And how? Well, we have to depart from this idea that it is the role of the Court of Justice to interpret what citizenship is, and we really need to renegotiate this social contract, and this has to come hand in hand between citizens and the legislator. Now, if we think about these three dimensions that I was talking in the beginning in the context of the EU, what does this practically mean? Well, in terms of legitimacy or the why or the common membership, what we find is that we don't need to look very far. The foundations are already there, and the normative underpinnings are already existing, and I mentioned them since the very beginning. There are common values and common goals that create this community and this common membership. And there is a second reasoning, which we tried to depart a little bit from because we didn't want to look into mobility per se, but there is, of course, another argument to be made that is more linked to the traditional idea of free movement, and is that free movement and the internal market in general cannot exist or is not sustainable if we don't have certain minimal social rights as well. Then we have participation, the how. How can citizens already influence, and how can we make sure that they enjoy these rights? And I'm pleased to announce that there are already a number of areas in which the citizens can participate. Of course, this can be improved, but we have ways in which citizens can influence directly European policies by voting to the Parliament with the European Citizens Initiative, for example. We have also this up-down approach that tries to make sure, in some areas at least, that citizens can actually enjoy these rights. We have instruments like Solvit or Your Europe Advice. And we also have not only the individual part, but also the collective part of participation. And here we mostly talk about the European social partners and how there is a possibility for them to adopt legislation or to play an important role in the implementation. And then, of course, the core of that dimension is rights. And here, to talk about content, I will leave it to my colleagues who will give concrete recommendations, but I will put a number of general remarks that also came up from this part of the research. First is that when we talk about a more prominent role of the EU, like Professor de Schroeter was saying, we need to reconsider a bigger role for the EU in the delivery of social rights. We are not talking that the EU will become the sole provider of social rights. Not at all, and not even the primary one. The primary provider will remain the nation state. But this has to happen in what we call a multi-level or nested citizenship, where we also take into account other types of citizenship: regional citizenship, local citizenship, global citizenship, EU citizenship. And even when we decide that the EU can have a certain level of intrusion, this can vary per different degrees. So not everything has to become tangible legislation. Some areas can be dedicated to cooperation or support. And all these instruments are already something that we find in the treaties. And we can measure this level of institution also by properly applying principles that have been there from the very beginning regarding conferral, subsidiarity, and proportionality. Now, I won't get into this very much because we have some time constraints, but we also did the exercise of looking into the different possibilities offered by the current legislative framework and see to what extent different fields of competence can accommodate these dimensions, can respond to this participatory dimension or legitimacy dimension. And we see that there are a number of different areas that leave room for a certain degree of intrusion of EU in social rights, for enlarging EU social citizenship, so to speak. To give you an example, if we take social policy, for example, we see that there are some limitations in terms of the kind of rights that we can put forward, but there are also some benefits because the industrial role is foreseen because of the role of the social partners, and there are possibilities in which the European Parliament is a co-legislator. So these are things that need to be taken into account where new initiatives are being put forward. And overall, the result of this is that there is room. There are limits, of course there are limits, but there is plenty of room to accommodate a bigger role for the EU in social rights. And here we talk about having a role by having new legal instruments in different areas, by having a more coordination role, governance, or have a better governance structure, creating better communication between different areas of EU law and different members, stakeholders. There is room to create practical tools and access to justice, and there is room as well to mainstream all the social rights into different areas of EU law or national law to make sure that social rights are not suffering. And this brings me to the conclusions, where I want to just sort of bring that discussion to an end by saying that in this research what we did is take citizenship both as a starting point where we see that there is already this common we, this community, this membership, values and objectives, but we also saw it as an end. And in-work poverty here plays a central role where we see, okay, so there is a common ground, but it is failing its purpose because it is failing its citizens. So how can we make sure that those suffering from in-work poverty are better protected? A last remark that I would like to make is that regardless of how many proposals we put forward, this is deemed to be a patchy framework. Why? One is a consequence of having a multi-level or nested citizenship. And here it's normal that some different rights or entitlements or practical instruments will happen at a different level, even if we are talking about the same domain. And here what we have to be very careful with is that we need to create channels of communications to ensure consistency both vertically and horizontally in applying social policies in the EU. And last, and this was already flagged before by other commentators, is that we took in-work poverty because it showcases the problem very well, but at the end of the day we should also wonder whether we are tackling the symptoms of the problem and not the roots of it, and this begs for a little bit of consideration. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion.
Thanks. No problem. Thanks, Anne. That was simply brilliant. I was very much impressed once again by this idea of EU social citizenship that you very aptly articulated in your presentation. It really captures the final conceptual point of this entire project, which relates to the fact that being a working poor deals very much with the idea of ourselves in the society we live in, which was demonstrated by the discussion we had in the parallel sessions. And this requires policy reactions, of course, and policy initiatives. So thanks to the next two speakers, we will try to find out what could be some policy actions to be undertaken at both national and the European level. So at first, we will hear from Florence Tonincasa from the European Anti-Poverty Network, what policy measures can be put in place at member states level. Thanks very much, Florence.
Okay, thank you, Luca. Good afternoon. Yes. So, yeah, my name is Florence. I am working for the European Anti-Poverty Network. We are the largest organization, European network of national, regional and local networks involving in the fight against poverty, created more than 30 years ago. EAPN's long experience and on-the-ground activity makes us a strong advocate of a rights-based approach to combating poverty. So we are members, we are part of the project consortium of the Working at Poor project, and we were given the not very easy task to come up with a report presenting feasible action policy recommendations for member states to tackle in-work poverty. So the report was based on the comparative analysis that was presented this morning by Christina, who was working at the time at the University of Frankfurt, but also based on the 7 national reports that were produced by the partners of the project, and that were very rich reports. So, as you can imagine, our report is quite rich. We have a lot of recommendations for national member states. I was given a very short time for this presentation, so I will give you an overview of our key policy recommendations, but I'm also inviting you, if you are interested, to check the report that will soon be available on the project's website, and you can also find it on eapn.eu website. Yeah, so that's what I've said, but what I wanted to emphasize before starting is also the need for national targeted policies to tackle in-work poverty, because in-work poverty deserves attention, as there's a fundamental injustice where paid work does not provide a decent life. And we believe that member states, governments have a role to play. And so far, at the national level, the fight against in-work poverty has been driven by trade unions and some other civil society organizations. But member states have also a role to play, and it's definitely a joint responsibility of policymakers, social partners, and all the social stakeholders, and the society as a whole. So here I come to the policy proposals that we've divided into 3 big sets of categories, and I will start with the first set of recommendations on concepts, research, and comparable data, because we've realized that there's not really any European common definitions on all the concepts that we discuss, that we've been discussing since this morning, which makes it also difficult to come up with solution at national level. So the first recommendation on this point
is clearly that member states should clarify the reasons for working lower than full-time hours. Because the varying poverty and severe material deprivations risk of the 4 vulnerable and underrepresented group show that lower than full-time annual hours of paid work are a core proximate cause of in-work poverty. So increasing annual hours of work can be an important remedy. So more research effort is needed on concepts, definition, and data comparability to address reasons for low annual or periodic hours, which may differ in different member states and may be employer or worker-driven or both to varying extents. That was the first point. Secondly, we believe that member states should consider a common definition and thresholds for part-time work and involuntary part-time work, or dispense with these distinctions. So I think we've already discussed this in previous speeches before. But member states and social partners have different thresholds for considering work to be part-time in various in tax and benefit regimes. And so considering the possibility of a common threshold of hours of what is considered part-time needs to be distinct. As a third recommendation to member states, clearly member states should aim to produce a common EU definition of casual work and collect contemporary data. Because, as I said a bit earlier, there's no common definitions in EU data sets, and therefore there's no common thresholds for concluding that a worker is engaged in casual work. So this is clearly where we can start with, at the national level, try to define all these very specific concepts, all these data. Secondly, I will present you a set of recommendations to cut in-work poverty and improve the quality of work. We need to understand that the key poverty risk for vulnerable and underrepresented workers lies in their weak contracting position vis-à-vis employers and end users. And this weak contracting position they are in results into low wages employees with higher risk of sickness or unemployment. It also results in non-employee or in-between status, but also low annual hours of work, limited or non-employer investment in them, and the risk of getting stuck in this kind of work for the rest of their life. And so the consequences of encouraging low-income, insecure work is a growing sector of poor quality, low productivity work, which can weaken solidarity in tax and benefit systems and induce a heightened risk of labor market segregations. In this report, we take the view that effecting change that cuts in-work poverty requires a strong basis in social rights and quality in work, and that this foundation is beneficial both for social cohesion and economic productivity. So here are 5 recommendations focusing on increasing opportunity for inclusion in the wage setting and social security system, improving quality in work. So I'll try to go quick enough, but the first recommendation that we have to national member states is clearly that member states should adapt and broaden the notion of employee, which also means clarify and tighten the conditions for the designation of self-employed. Because the definition of employee is quite complex and challenging, and it varies a lot across member states. That's also the same with self-employed, and I was in the previously in the group discussion among the self-employment, and we also discussed about it. And so key features of for employee status could be that the work does not risk personal capital and the workers is subordinate to or dependent on the end users of the labor. So that's our first recommendation. Secondly, we believe that member states should have good practices standards for flexible work. The rules on flexible work regarding justification for creating and terminated fixed-term contracts, repeating contract between the same parties, and reference periods for maximum numbers of week or months of or contracts vary also between member states. And this is something that we think member states should implement some good practices. Both on fixed-term contracts in temporary work or temporary work agencies, but also labor market integration of disadvantaged demographic groups. Thirdly, member states should remove incentives for low hours work because in some member states there's still in some member states 0 hours contracts are prohibited or limited, but it's not the case in every member state. So since the social costs outweigh the individual benefits, this should be extended to all member states. Fourth recommendation on this set regards the fact that member states should protect the most disadvantaged workers from risk of exploitative and illegal practices. So clearly member states should not allow a broad or general justification of economic conditions to reduce labor conditions and standards in particular sectors. And the post-pandemic phase of COVID is an opportunity to reconsider also hybrid working and working from home, which may benefit those with caring responsibilities and particular kind of disabilities. But it will need better forms of regulation of appropriate health and safety working hours, maybe provision of work equipment, privacy and family life, and the right to disconnect. So the fifth and last recommendation to cut in work poverty and improve the quality of work is that member states should equal access to quality training and upskilling for workers in poor sectors and atypical work. Member state governments and social partners should rethink the extent to which they have contributed and wish to contribute to what may be called discretionary, as we see very often, so this discretionary employment. In some respects, even disguised unemployment, which only exists as long as workers are cheap and disposable. So this report really believes that member states make major advances in investment in the workforce, especially if the green energy transition is to be successful and politically sustainable. So I am reaching now to the third set of recommendation, and now we are on a recommendation to improve income replacement for interrupted and lost work, also cutting the risk of poverty for working age households. So recommendation on changes to wage setting and social security system. There are a bit more recommendation on this side, but the first one, which is can be considered as an overall recommendation, is clearly that member states should cut out severe material deprivation. That's really like the basis of all. For us, it's the primary recommendation that needs to be recognized and dealt with. Because the high rates of severe material deprivation for temporary or low hours workers need to be cut. And the insurance-based social security system is buckling under the weight of non-standard work for a large minority of the working age population over a large part of their working lives. So that's really our overall recommendation. Secondly, we believe that member states should improve take-up of existing benefits. So take-up of existing benefits could be improved by addressing, for instance, the quality and accessibility of information and the ease of application and support for the process, or the methods of paying and qualifying for benefits. The balance could be also the balance between contributions paid in relative to benefits paid out, and so on. Thirdly, member states should increase the value of universal benefits. This includes, for instance, family benefits that should not be stigmatized route to raise household incomes. Fourthly, we believe that member states should reduce and remove the main poverty-inducing element in the social security systems. Number 5, member states should better accommodate flexible work in insurance-based system. I will also go next, so not too much. So the last 4 recommendations, clearly we would like to advocate for member states to review the expansion of self-employment with the aim of improving insurance protection and expanding employee status. So this refers to our way of thinking that we should expand the notion of employee status. As for instance, in this case, self-employers, workers, still contribute to the social, still pay taxes, and so should be included in the protection system. Then another recommendation is that member states should remove the social fiscal disincentives for low-hour workers to increase their working hours. Next one, member states should provide guaranteed minimum social assistance income for a dignified life. And last one, but not least, member states should ensure equal access to low-cost finances for all low-income groups. Sorry if I'm going a bit faster for the next one, but I've realized that I was going to a bit over time. So to conclude, we've seen it all day long and also all across the project, but moving more people into employment has not resulted in a reduction of poverty. So it is time for a shift in focus, time to modernize the notion of employee, to ensure strong and enforced regulatory framework. Also time to introduce a statutory minimum wages at living wage level alongside an adequate guaranteed minimum income, and address the cost of living crisis. So I will end it here. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thanks very much, Florence. It's not only a nice but a very important wish list. It should be much more than a wish list. And we will now get the European side, thanks to Dalila Gagliani, from the European Social Observatory, which is one of the partners, and it's the partner who organized this conference. So let me again thank Dalila and her colleagues for that. Dalila.
Thank you, Luca. In order to restore a balance between the languages, I made the choice to intervene in French while having a PowerPoint in English, so I invite those of you who need it to take the headset. Alors effectivement, tout comme Florence l'a expliqué pour EAPN, à l'Observatoire social européen, nous sommes aussi partis des analyses comparatives qui ont été produites dans le cadre du projet WorkKeep, dont certaines ont été présentées ce matin, notamment par Christina Issel ou Paul Schukens, mais aussi sur d'autres deliverables. Et ça a été le point de départ de notre réflexion sur ce qu'il serait souhaitable de faire au niveau européen, finalement, pour mieux lutter contre le phénomène de in-work poverty. Et cette réflexion nous a amené à formuler un certain nombre de recommandations que nous avons articulées autour de 5 axes d'action que je vais vous détailler dans les minutes qui suivent. Alors, le premier acte d'action qui nous paraît finalement le plus évident, mais c'est de faire en sorte d'améliorer finalement le statut qu'a la question de in-work poverty dans le débat politique en Europe, et finalement comment aussi améliorer la sensibilisation à la question de la pauvreté au travail. Et dans ce sens, on a élaboré 3 recommandations. La première concerne tout d'abord le scoreboard révisé qui est associé au socle européen des droits sociaux, un tableau de bord qui selon nous devrait être amélioré pour mieux mettre en évidence la question de la pauvreté au travail. On estime que in-work poverty devrait véritablement être une préoccupation transversale, essentielle, et qu'elle doit être intégrée non seulement dans le socle des droits sociaux, mais aussi dans les réformes structurelles de l'emploi et de la politique sociale au niveau européen et dans les États membres. Voilà. Je me suis un petit peu emmêlée. I have to go back. Sorry. I was too quick. Encore? Encore? OK. Sorry. Voilà. Donc la première recommandation, c'est effectivement renforcer la visibilité de in-work poverty dans le scoreboard révisé. Donc en tant que tel, en fait, on considère que le taux de pauvreté au travail devrait par exemple figurer parmi les indicateurs principaux du scoreboard révisé, et il serait également souhaitable d'ajouter un indicateur sur le travail à temps partiel, non pas volontaire mais involontaire, ainsi qu'une série de nouveaux indicateurs, notamment sur les transitions ascendantes, qui permettraient de constater finalement quels sont les progrès qui sont faits pour les travailleurs qui passent par exemple du travail temporaire à du travail indéterminé, ou de ces travailleurs qui ont la possibilité de passer du travail à temps partiel à du travail à temps plein. La seconde recommandation serait en fait de faire de la lutte contre in-work poverty une préoccupation transversale qui serait intégrée donc à la fois dans le socle des droits sociaux, mais aussi dans les réformes structurelles des politiques de l'emploi et des politiques sociales dans l'Union européenne, mais aussi au niveau des États membres. In-work poverty devrait être mis davantage en évidence en tant que défi transversal clé dans tous les principes du socle, et non pas seulement lorsqu'on y fait référence au principe numéro 6, lorsqu'on évoque la question des salaires. Dans la mise en œuvre de ce socle des droits sociaux, il conviendrait aussi au niveau européen de favoriser des synergies entre la lutte contre in-work poverty et les instruments de politique sociale qui existent au niveau de l'Europe, et des processus de gouvernance, notamment dans le cadre du semestre européen. Alors, comme vous le savez probablement tous, la pauvreté au travail, c'est en fait un phénomène qui est multifacette. Et donc, il est vraiment nécessaire d'adopter une approche holistique pour mieux appréhender toutes ces facettes de in-work poverty et finalement l'appréhender dans toute sa complexité. Une approche holistique, certes, mais qui doit quand même être combinée avec des approches ciblées sur des groupes spécifiques de travailleurs qui sont plus vulnérables à la pauvreté au travail, comme c'est le cas pour les 4 VUP groupes qui ont été analysés dans le cadre du projet Workip, mais il faut aller au-delà et tenir compte aussi d'autres groupes vulnérables tels que les ménages monoparentaux, les migrants, les personnes sans domicile, etc. Les travailleurs pauvres devraient également, selon nous, être ajoutés en tant que tels à la liste des groupes vulnérables qui peuvent bénéficier au niveau de l'Europe d'actions soutenues par les fonds structurels. Enfin, le dialogue social a aussi sa place dans ce débat. Et le dialogue social au niveau européen devrait, que ce soit au niveau interprofessionnel ou au niveau sectoriel, inclure justement la nature multifacette de in-work poverty et de sa relation complexe avec les modèles de travail et la job quality parmi les questions à débattre entre les partenaires sociaux européens. La question du genre est importante quand on traite de la question de in-work poverty. Nouna l'a rappelé tout à l'heure, elle a rapporté ce qui s'est dit dans la session parallèle par exemple, sur le genre. Et de fait, une approche de la pauvreté qui serait beaucoup plus sensible au genre, qui serait individualisée, est aussi nécessaire pour résoudre ce qu'on appelle dans le jargon le gender paradox of in-work poverty. Une approche individualisée qui doit être intégrée dans l'évaluation de la pauvreté au travail, et ce pour tenir compte finalement de toutes les caractéristiques de l'emploi de l'individu dans le contexte de sa situation individuelle, en tenant compte de son revenu disponible et de son intensité de travail. Et pour ce faire, il nous semble essentiel de réviser les indicateurs utilisés dans EU-SILC pour le moment, en se basant sur le revenu individuel et non pas sur le revenu du ménage. Le deuxième axe d'action que nous préconisons vise à améliorer la façon dont on évalue la pauvreté au travail. Alors ici aussi, un set de 4 recommandations. La première concerne d'abord les indicateurs sociaux utilisés au niveau européen. Les indicateurs tels qu'ils existent à l'heure actuelle et les sources de données de l'Union devraient effectivement être améliorés pour finalement permettre une évaluation plus juste et plus approfondie de la pauvreté au travail. Et en ce sens, on estime qu'il faut continuer de travailler. Des recherches en supplément sont nécessaires pour mieux évaluer dans toutes ces sources de données qui existent certains aspects d'in-work poverty et les caractéristiques spécifiques de l'emploi qui sont tout aussi importantes pour comprendre la pauvreté laborieuse, notamment pour les groupes vulnérables spécifiques de travailleurs et de citoyens, mais aussi, comme je viens de le dire, pour mieux tenir compte de la dimension cachée de la pauvreté laborieuse des femmes. Il convient également aussi d'accorder une plus grande attention à la dynamique de la pauvreté laborieuse et notamment de la persistance des situations de pauvreté laborieuse. Et donc, à l'instar de l'indicateur de risque persistant de pauvreté qui est utilisé dans les tableaux de bord socio-européens, on estime que l'ensemble des indicateurs de pauvreté au travail au sein de l'UE pourrait être aussi utilement complété par un indicateur de pauvreté au travail persistante. La Commission et les organes européens peuvent aussi utilement développer certaines caractéristiques liées à la compréhension et à la mesure de l'emploi atypique, notamment pour ce qui est de l'emploi précaire et des nouvelles formes d'emploi. La flexibilité par le travail atypique devrait toujours être un choix volontaire du travailleur. Donc il est important aussi de mieux comprendre et de mieux mesurer dans les sources de données européennes quelles sont les raisons qui motivent le travail atypique pour mieux distinguer au final entre un choix du travailleur et une situation finalement contrainte par le marché du travail. Les résultats de WorkKeep ont aussi montré qu'il fallait remédier aux lacunes ou aux faiblesses des sources de données européennes concernant l'évaluation de certaines formes de travail atypique. On a besoin de plus d'infos sur le on-call job, sur le travail indépendant, notamment le faux travail indépendant, sur le travail à temps partiel lorsque les heures de travail sont vraiment très, très faibles. L'amélioration de ces informations relatives aux questions que je viens de mentionner, elle pourrait être soutenue par différents canaux au niveau de l'Union. La Commission européenne, par exemple, pourrait encourager ces améliorations par le biais d'organes spécifiques, Eurostat, le sous-groupe indicateur du comité emploi, le comité de protection sociale. Il conviendrait aussi d'utiliser pleinement toutes les possibilités qui sont offertes par les règlements européens pour améliorer les données des enquêtes européennes, en permettant notamment aux États membres d'ajouter des données administratives sur les revenus et la situation du marché du travail. Enfin, il faudrait encourager davantage les études scientifiques sur la précarité du travail et l'intersectionnalité par le moyen de financement de projets de recherche européens spécifiques, tout comme il a été fait pour WorkKeep. L'un des groupes cibles couverts par le projet concernait les travailleurs peu qualifiés. Et de fait, garantir l'accès des travailleurs peu qualifiés et des travailleurs atypiques à l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie et à la formation nous semble bien évidemment essentiel. La question de l'accès et de la disponibilité de cet apprentissage tout au long de la vie et de la formation professionnelle devrait véritablement être considérée comme un défi, une préoccupation transversale dans toutes les stratégies qui sont liées à l'acquisition et au développement des compétences des groupes vulnérables. L'inclusion des travailleurs atypiques dans l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie et dans la formation professionnelle devrait par ailleurs être ajoutée en tant que préoccupation transversale dans l'agenda européen des compétences et de ses initiatives phares. Le faible accès ou parfois même l'accès inexistant des travailleurs atypiques à la formation devrait aussi être considéré comme étant une préoccupation transversale dans les réformes structurelles qui sont menées dans les États membres dans le cadre du processus du semestre européen. Les peer reviews qui sont utilisées dans le cadre des méthodes ouvertes de coordination dans le domaine social et de l'emploi devraient également inclure la question de l'accès problématique à l'apprentissage. La Commission européenne et les acteurs sociaux devraient aussi saisir l'occasion qui est offerte par l'année européenne des compétences en 2023 pour communiquer sur le sujet, pour débattre et entreprendre des actions ciblées au niveau européen et national sur la question des compétences. Enfin, là encore, les partenaires sociaux au niveau européen ont un rôle à jouer et il serait utile que tant au niveau interprofessionnels que sectoriels, les partenaires sociaux commencent à débattre d'une résolution ou d'un accord cadre qui concernerait l'accès problématique à l'éducation et à la formation pour tous les travailleurs atypiques ou pour les travailleurs qui occupent de nouvelles formes d'emploi, et ce afin d'encourager aussi les États membres à négocier sur la question au niveau national. Améliorer la protection sociale des groupes vulnérables, ça a l'air évidemment une évidence. Paul a expliqué ce matin la question de la sécurité sociale et des travailleurs atypiques. Donc oui, bien évidemment, il est nécessaire d'améliorer la protection sociale des travailleurs vulnérables. Et dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre effective du socle des droits sociaux, il serait utile de remettre finalement sur la table et de lancer les consultations pour l'approbation d'un système européen de réassurance chômage, finalement pour disposer d'un instrument financier européen de solidarité qui permettrait aux États membres d'allouer des allocations de chômage d'un montant et d'une durée permettant aux bénéficiaires de mener une vie décente. De même, dans le prolongement du principe 14 du socle sur le revenu minimum et de la recommandation sur le revenu minimum, il serait aussi souhaitable, bien évidemment, de mettre en place un instrument financier de solidarité aussi pour soutenir les États membres dans l'amélioration de leur dispositif de revenu minimum garanti et pour permettre un relèvement progressif du montant alloué. Enfin, un dernier axe d'action, faire de la pauvreté au travail une question transversale dans un débat consensuel qui serait plus large et qui porterait sur l'investissement social, l'avenir du travail et la protection sociale. La mise en œuvre effective des droits sociaux devrait clairement être inscrite comme une question transversale dans l'organisation interne et les travaux du Comité économique et social européen. Les ressources existantes au niveau européen devraient être utilisées à bon escient pour soutenir et alimenter un large dialogue national, notamment en termes de communication, d'organisation de réunions, de séminaires, de financement de la recherche, de soutien aux participants, mais aussi par le biais d'outils actuels tels que les peer reviews que j'ai déjà mentionnés et qui sont inscrites dans les différentes MOOC au niveau européen. Enfin, le dialogue social, bien évidemment, encore et toujours. Le dialogue social au niveau européen pourrait, à travers des actes non contraignants tels que des résolutions, contribuer à encourager et à consolider la participation des partenaires sociaux aux débats nationaux sur la question de in-work poverty. Pour clôturer cette présentation, je voulais vous montrer une image car j'estime qu'une photo parfois est beaucoup plus percutante qu'une présentation PowerPoint ou qu'un long discours. Et cette image prend encore plus de sens à la lumière du témoignage qu'on a eu ce matin dans la session parallèle avec Lineke. Être un travailleur pauvre, ça fait mal. C'est douloureux et c'est très difficile à vivre. Et je pense que c'est une réalité que nous devrions tous garder en mémoire. Nous autres, en tant que chercheurs, qui travaillons sur la question pour nous inciter à continuer de travailler sur la question, mais aussi en tant que message général à adresser tant au niveau de l'Union européenne et des États membres pour promouvoir la lutte contre la pauvreté comme étant une priorité phare au sein de l'Union. Et je vais m'arrêter là et je vous remercie de votre attention.
Sorry, is this system which blocks other micros. Thanks very much, Dalila. Thanks for your presentation, for your final words, which I think very nicely also summarize this session. The session is not over, however. We still have around 10 minutes for some Q&A. So Antonio also will manage the online chat in case. I have some hands raised from here, Francesco, and then one over there. Okay, so Francesco first, and then I will give you the floor.
Yes, first of all, many thanks. I also take the occasion to again congratulate for these amazing projects. I just ask something that I read in your comparative reports because I think you have even more recommendations, so I would like to pick your brains on them. Because we had a very legal presentation this morning. We focused only on one part of the recommendation, mostly on indicators now. But I think there is a lot of margins also from a legal perspective to think about on how to protect vulnerable workers. Especially, you mentioned the directive on unemployment benefit. Paul this morning mentioned an action on temporary unemployment. You mentioned a possible revision of the fixed work directive. So maybe you can give us some additional policy recommendation on what can be done from a legal perspective at the EU level.
Thanks, Francesco. Let me collect another question from there. Thanks.
Thank you.
I will first introduce myself. Hi, my name is Inge Volleberg and I work at Inclusion Europe, an organization that represents 20 million people with intellectual disabilities and their families in Europe. We were wondering, where do people with disabilities and their caregivers fall in this research project and in the policy proposals? We observed that there are high levels of in-work poverty in this group, as people with disabilities and their families often risk losing social benefits when they enter the workforce or when they work more than a certain number of hours or make more than a certain wage. This is often known as the social benefits trap. In addition, people with intellectual disabilities specifically often face wages that are below minimum wage, have very little to no opportunities to work more hours or get promotions. And this also, I think, goes back to the value of work, which was discussed before. In addition, one of the policy recommendations that has been mentioned is increasing the thresholds to part-time work. But full-time work is often not feasible for people with intellectual disabilities and their families. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for these two questions. Let me start with Anne on Francesco's question, then if the other panelists want to pick up the second one, please go ahead. Anne.
Yeah, thank you very much, Francesco, for your questions. And I think, drawing back a bit on what I said in the presentation, there's a lot of room for doing different things, and there's a lot of problems that are associated with in-work poverty, so the possibilities are sort of endless. In the report that I wrote, which is, I think, the more legal one of the recommendations, I focused on 4 areas where so far we have no EU intervention. And one is linked to something that you mentioned, that is the European reinsurance scheme, but more in particular to minimum standards for unemployment, which is something that can come along. And as you know, there are studies showing that it could be beneficial also for the effectiveness of such an instrument. We also discussed the possibility of narrowing the external flexibility of employers, and by this I mean having certain safeguards for not making it so easy to dismiss people or to make it more difficult, while at the same time creating some internal flexibility by, for example, allowing employers to have room to, okay, now there's a bit less work intensity, so you will work less during this period, with the promise that in a following period you will work more. So there is a sort of exchange that doesn't damage too much employers, but at the same time offer some more protection in terms of dismissal. What else did we cover? We talked about the amendment of the atypical work directives, because at the moment they are not sufficiently living to the situation, and in work poverty again is one of this, it's flagging this issue that the directives are not as effective as they should be for the current labor market. And on that end, we are hopefully going to publish soon an article that delves into this issue, but we touched upon it in several of the reports, including on a previous one on labor law harmonization. And then there's also questions on changing the working time directive, for example, because we talk about maximum working time, but we don't talk, for example, about minimum working time. And as we have discussed several times over the course of today, there's also problems with very low work intensity. So there are some potential legal solutions for that. About disabilities, I won't touch much upon it, but I think Dalila mentioned it very well in part of it, and it's that when we talked about in-work poverty, we don't necessarily look into perhaps more traditional ways of addressing vulnerability, but nonetheless, in some of the national reports, we saw that there are a number of groups that are more vulnerable to this, but I will perhaps leave it to Dalila to continue with this.
Yes, I mean, of course, as European, we try to be the most inclusive organization as possible, and I haven't had the time or the opportunity to mention all this, but when we recommend to when we recommend to go to working full-time as this the best way to get out of in-work poverty, of course, it was more, you need to put that into perspective, and of course, we also promote the fact that member states should guarantee a minimum social assistance income for a dignified life, and this also means that for people who voluntary who cannot work full-time, they need to get a minimum wage and of course have access to a dignified life. So just maybe.
If I may add to conclude on this, when we defined at the very beginning of the project the 4 VUP groups, we had very clear in mind that other forms of precarity and vulnerability were already there in the labor market, and that some legal instruments already captured those forms. Disability, in particular physical but also intellectual disability, is captured here and there in the at member state level with special regimes. The point that you made is a very valuable one. In our VUPs, this form of vulnerability was transversal to virtually all the 4 VUPs. It doesn't mean that it does not require a vertical policy response. I think that 3 years went very fast. One of the items in the agenda for a next project will be definitely to have some more targeted approach on some specific vulnerabilities, even more specific than those 4 pillars or groups that we have analyzed so far. So in that case, I would say that, again, exchange between research and NGOs and grassroots, it's very much welcome.
Oui, en effet, c'est vrai que la question du handicap était transversale, et je dirais que, simplement pour rebondir sur les propos de Lucas, c'est tout l'intérêt finalement d'encourager et de favoriser aussi la recherche sur l'intersectionnalité, parce qu'effectivement, les personnes en situation de handicap vont cumuler différents handicaps. Ils sont non seulement des travailleurs à temps partiel, temporaires, ce sont des femmes, etc. Et donc, c'est pour ça qu'on a porté aussi cette recommandation de renforcer finalement ou d'encourager l'étude sur l'intersectionnalité pour être à même finalement de couvrir un maximum de situations possibles et pour essayer de couvrir un maximum de travailleurs vulnérables, même si en tant que tels, les travailleurs en situation de handicap n'étaient pas considérés comme étant un groupe à part vulnérable couvert par le projet WorkKeep, mais c'est clair qu'on pourrait en tenir compte pour le prochain projet s'il y a un follow-up. Merci.
Thanks, Dalila. I've been told by the organizers that if there are a few more questions, we can advance coffee. Is there any other questions from the audience? Sorry. Okay. So if not, we can have the coffee break now, and then at 4 o'clock we come back for the final roundtable. I see some policymakers already coming. Thanks very much. I will see you in 15 minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess the advantage of a coffee break without coffee is that at least we were able to start our final panel of today's conference sharply on time, and I'm very happy to have so many of you still here with us today after the early start this morning. So I'm really happy to be able to kick off the final panel of, and the final session actually of today's conference. During the interventions throughout the day, in the plenary session, but also in the parallel session which I attended, during the keynote of Commissioner Schmidt this morning, there were, of course, quite a few references to the EU role or what the EU can do to combat in-work poverty. And of course, in the previous session, which most of us attended, there were some very concrete, some very specific suggestions with regard to that role. So we thought it would be a good idea to gather some of the key EU stakeholders around this, not round table actually, but still it bends a little bit, to hear about their views on what the European Union can do in this area. So I'm happy to have, first of all, on my left, Özlem Demirel, member of the European Parliament. On my right, Alva Finn from the Social Platform. We have Anna. Where is Anna? Please, we finally meet. Anna Kwiatkic from Business Europe. Then on my right here, Jiri Svark from DG Employment of the European Commission. Then Oliver on the far right over there, no pun intended, of the European Economic and Social Committee. And then I believe online we also have Ludovic Wood from the European Trade Union Confederation, ETUC. Is that correct, Ludovic? Yes. Great to have you on board remotely, Ludovic. So I will ask each of our panelists here to begin with one question. Let's see if we have time for a second question afterwards. I'll expect rather brief responses, of course, in view of the number we are here, but also because I would really like to be able to pick up some questions from the audience, whether live or online, if people are still with us there. So a very simple and at the same time very wide-ranging question to begin with, but I know that, for example, members of the European Parliament are used to saying everything in 2 or 3 minutes time, so Özlem, for you it won't be a challenge. What is or has been the role of the European Union, if any, of course, in boosting member states' capacity to fight EU poverty? So please, Özlem, the floor is yours.
Yes, maybe first of all, I have to correct you. It's even for us members of the European Parliament. It's not working? No. Working?
Is there a microphone still on somewhere in the room? Please check.
Now it's working, I think, yes? Okay, I started to say that I have to correct Bart because this question to answer in 1 or 2 minutes or 3 minutes, it's not easy enough because we had to tell what the situation is, what the European Union did in the past, and maybe what the European Union should do in our opinion. And this is a really wide field, so it's not very easy for me too. But let me tell you before I start, just one word about my person, myself. I worked before I come to the European Parliament in a trade union in Germany by Verdi. It's a public services trade union in Germany, so this is also the view I will now speak. It's not the view in general what the European Union can do. Maybe the Commission will have other positions, but I will more argue on the perspective of the workers. And let me say that in the past, the role of the European Union was not very good when we look at the question of in-work poverty. So we have to say that in the crisis before the crisis now, in the financial crisis we had before, the European Union was reacting with a very hard politic of austerity. They cut back the rights of trade unions, of workers. Social rights were cut back in the member states, especially in the south of Europe, in the member state like Greece, Spain, and so on. And it was like this that the European Union called the member states to minimize, for example, their collective bargaining systems or to lower their minimum wages. And this was really bad politics, and the role of the European Union was not just not good, it was really bad. So we have to say it quite openly. At this crisis, it was not the same. It was not like this that the European Union reacted with a real austerity program and called the member states to lower their social systems, have cutbacks on social rights. In the opposite, the European Union reacted with funds, resilient funds, give more money to the member states, also built up some good instruments like SURE, for short-time working, for example, in the crisis. But let me be honest, yes, it was not the same like the last crisis, but when you ask me, it was not enough. And it was not like this that the European Union, for example, also said clearly that, for example, companies getting money from the funds of European Union or from the member states should also maintain jobs when they get public money. So this was a real problem. So we can say the last crisis, the role of the European Union was not so hard, but it was not enough. And then we had the situation that we had in the member states by the trade unions' real struggles. For example, against in-work poverty, we had struggles in a lot of member states about minimum wages, which were not high enough in none of the member states who had minimum wages by law. So this struggle of the trade unions in the member states also achieved that we had now in the parliament and after the negotiation with the council a good directive on minimum wages in the European Union, where we said exactly that what the European Union should do and member states should do is to higher the rate of collective bargaining systems in the member states, because this is very important. If you want to fight against in-work poverty, you need stronger trade unions, you need more collective bargaining systems. The second one was that we say that the level of the minimum wages in the member state should be above the line of poverty. So we should have thresholds to, member states should regard on the threshold and to give the workers the possibility to have a life of decency, or have wages where they can have a life in decency. So this was very important. Because you said I should be short, let me say just the last thing. Even when I fight also for this directive on minimum wages and it's a real good result, I have to say that this crisis also again shows that the tendency will not be better for workers, but that we will have more and more workers who will have harder life standards because the prices are growing. So what we also should receive at that moment is really to do two things. The first is to have real strong social security systems in the member states to save them, not to have a cutback policy in the member states in the coming years. This is very important. And the second one is also that we need higher wages in general, so the inflation will press the wages down. Even when we have some new agreements, it will be not enough, so we should also have real fights in the member states for higher the wages.
Okay. Thank you very much, Özlem, for your down-to-earth your down-to-earth assessment, including reference to bad politics of the EU. We'll see if there are other views on that, but also for referring to more recent positive initiatives, including SURE, the Minimum Wage Directive, etc. So I want to move on without further ado to Alva, please, the role of the EU in this field. And don't hesitate, of course, also to refer to your work at the level of European NGOs on that field, please.
It's working? It is.
Yes, good. Yeah, I can only echo what you've said about the minimum wage directive. It's something that we were calling for a long time, and I think the approach paired with having a minimum standard, but also really trying to strengthen collective bargaining in the wake of serious attempts to undermine it. These two things will, first of all, lift up a lot of workers who were working in low-wage contexts, but also set more ambition in general to stop wage stagnation and have higher wages. We hope that some of the non-legally blinding references to the Arab rate and having an acknowledgement that a basket of goods and services, that's what we should be measuring people's lives against, what they can afford, especially as many of those kind of essential things, I mean, it's been said a lot today, but the essential things in life are so much more expensive now than they were 10 years ago, even 2 years ago. And I was very happy to see actually at the recent EBSCO informal that I attended in Prague that a lot of member states had already taken the decision to start implementing the minimum wage directive, not waiting for transposition, but doing it now. And I think the necessity was seen by many, along with a lot of other more useless things that they had been doing, generalized money to everybody, which isn't very helpful because, yeah, those are the kind of things that will drive up inflation rather than the kind of wage spiral warning that we keep getting. Just handing anybody out free money in order to deal with the energy crisis probably isn't a good idea. But I digress. I think, and overall, the social pillar and the idea of establishing an overall framework that looks at all the different composite pieces of what it takes to make a decent life, a social life for people in Europe, that's also something that I think when it first came in, people were like, oh, what is this going to really be about? But we are taking progressive steps. And I think a lot of the things that are in the other principles and in the action plan really help people in work poverty, providing access to different types of services. We also have the pay transparency directive, which is very complementary. We have women's organizations in our membership in Social Platform, and they really see the minimum wage directive and the pay transparency directive as essential to dealing with the gender pay gap. And it also helps workers be able to better negotiate and have more information. I think there are still some areas where we can improve, including on quality jobs. I mean, a lot of it has already been said, including by one of our members, EAPN, today, who had very good recommendations, which I won't repeat, but we're making change. I mean, the Transparent and Predictable Working Conditions Directive was a big step in the right direction. But yes, I think more can definitely be done, particularly on the side of social protection. There are a lot of people, and the way that the world of work is changing means that we need a stronger social protection system in the background that can make sure that people are able to afford life, particularly if they're not able to work full time. But I'll talk about that.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Alva. Now you've referred to as Aslam did before, to the minimum wage directive, to enhancing social protection systems, as you also did. So we're curious now, Anna, to hear what Business Europe feels about this kind of initiatives. And the general question is, of course, what role did the EU have in this field? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having Business Europe as a participant in this discussion. I would say we're not that harsh on EU as previous speakers. But preliminary remark that I would like to start with is that the social policy is the competence of member states. And the EU has a supplementary role, supportive role, and should complement member states' actions. This is the article 153 of the treaty. So this is really something that we should remember. For us, the best way out of poverty are good quality and productive jobs. These jobs, sustainable jobs, are jobs that will not disappear. they are productive, but they also build employability of individual workers. Therefore, they prepare them for changes on the labor market that are inevitable in the current context, and also job-to-job transitions and changes that take place within tasks of a given profession. Therefore, we really appreciated the European Commission's recommendation on effective active support to employment, EASE, of March 2021, which not only was very concrete, but was also very timely. It was after COVID crisis, and it really made a difference. It looked at job creation, and it also looked at how to ensure that people have the right skills for new jobs. There was also the role foreseen for enhanced support of employment services, and we really appreciated that. Good quality and usually better paid jobs, because this is how it is, are available only for those with relevant skills. And here I would like to really make clear that this is not high skills always, or tertiary level skills, but relevant skills also sometimes in the context of a local labor market. And more often, within this, let's say, setup of basic skills, we see digital skills. So this is something that should be remembered. Therefore, we appreciate the upskilling pathways council recommendation dating back to 2016. We think this is the right way forward. And also we appreciate the money available through recovery and resilience facility. A good example of that can be found in the French National Recovery and Resilience Plan on financing training for young people, including needs, also with guided career counseling and apprenticeships. This is something that we appreciate. The expected council recommendation on minimum income and active inclusion, this is something, again, that we appreciate, because it links clearly the need for adequate income support with access to effective and enabling services, basically the services without which, such as childcare or long-term care, people will not be able to work, but also at the same time fostering labor market integration of those who can work. And in this approach, also the activation component should include upskilling and reskilling aspect. The Commission also looked at the technical conditions for implementing minimum income schemes, namely the problem of non-take-up of this minimum income benefits. So we think this is also a good approach. The last point, that minimum income scheme recommendation should be seen in the current context of serious labor shortages on the labor market across all the member states, across all the sectors, and a relatively high inactivity rate in Europe. We have 4 countries where inactivity rate is over 30%. And many of people who are in this group are not working, but they could. And last point, we are less enthusiastic about the minimum wage directive, which may not be a surprise for you, because we believe that wages are national competence. Clearly, the EU is not a legitimate player to regulate this sphere. Therefore, we are very suspicious about the choice of the instrument that has serious legal consequences at the level of the European Court of Justice. We think, and we've always said that a council recommendation would be a better instrument. The most appropriate approach to setting wages is the social dialogue, in line with national practices, respecting national industrial relation systems, respecting autonomy of social partners, and different national models. Of course, there are statutory minimum wages and those that are decided through collective agreements. And last point, this is also very important in the context of high inflation, where already skills shortages drive wages up. There is still a distortion when we look at the wages because of short-term work schemes than we had. So it's difficult to look at the real wages, wage per hour, and so on. So this is the whole, probably we could have another conference on that. But indeed, a wage price spiral is a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna. So thank you for underlining that social policy is a competence of the member states. So this is the moment, I think, to turn to the European Commission? What role is the EU playing in this area? And I couldn't help noticing in the previous panel there was quite a strong suggestion for the EU to play an even more active role in the understanding, the measurement of in-work poverty, including its gendered impact, if you would like to comment on it. So please, Iri.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here as well. What to say? Yes, indeed, there is a role for the EU in terms of social policies. I originally wanted to read the pillar of action plan, but sorry. But I decided not to. Many of you have done it for me, mentioning all sorts of initiatives that are there on the table, being proposed or implemented. Indeed, there is a strong, limitation of what the EU can do in the treaty, and this is very much on our mind. Every time we present a proposal, it goes through very thorough scrutiny of the legal basis, and we are very well aware of what is possible. Obviously, EU is not something that exists in the vacuum. It's at the end of the day intersection of the member states and different other stakeholders' views that need to be one way or another taken into account to sort of assess the feasibility of what we want to do together with the member states. So there are always many rooms for different compromises to be made to make sure that there is a consensus, because most of these measures would not simply be possible to implement if there was no consensus, especially with the member states. I maybe would like to recall a bit the longer term evolution, because if you look at the situation pre-pillar, at that time, many of the actions that we're doing now would probably not be thinkable. Minimum wage being the prime example. So there you can see that the EU has really stepped up its sort of involvement, its actions in terms of social policies, and that was also allowed by the fact that there was a consensus to do so, also with the member states, with the European Parliament, who also sign up to the pillar of social rights and so on. And maybe one side point I want to make is that it's on more positive note, is that the pandemic has shown us that the social policy protection systems work in member states. I mean, if we would be talking at the outbreak of the COVID and beginning of the lockdown measures, I mean, there are very frightening forecasts of what is going to do with poverty and with employment, etc., and all the social indicators. But at the end of the day, the social protection systems showed quite some resilience and managed to contain the possible social disasters that were coming. So that is very positive. There are obviously many loopholes to fix, and this is what we're trying to do with many initiatives. And maybe one last point that I want to make in relation to monitoring, etc., and the EU role as well. I think we should not also take for granted the way we look at poverty, the way we define poverty. We at EU, I think, are setting the standards, not only for ourselves, but worldwide, on what is actually poverty about. It is not about, as at some other parts of the world is measured, $1 a day or $5 a day, etc. We look at the relative income. That is a very strong signal. We look at which contains inequality aspect. So we're not saying that you should have a certain amount of euros per day, per month to live decently, but we compare it with the rest of the population. And that is a very important signal. We include the material deprivation. To what extent you have access to certain services of your personal or public interest. And we also look at labor market attachment. And that is element of social inclusion. And all this together forms this famous at risk of poverty or social exclusion indicator. And this is something, again, that did not exist before we established, I think it was the Lisbon strategy. And at that time, there were quite heated discussions how to actually define poverty, and we could have ended up with something very different. It could be 50% of the median income and not 60%, and then we would be talking about different numbers of poverty and others. So I think we should keep that in mind, that the definition of poverty in the EU is relatively ambitious concept, and we should be proud of that. And this is an achievement of the EU as such.
Thank you very much, Jiri. And I may ask you to comment in a second round on the aspect of the gendered impact of in-work poverty, which has come up as quite a strong point during this conference. Oliver, one of the policy recommendations that is made as a result of this project is to have the European Economic and Social Committee play a stronger or even a stronger role in agenda setting on these topics. Would you agree with that? And any other comment on the role of the EU, please, Oliver?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Bart, for the invitation, and once again, to see you once again, actually, after the pandemic. We had a lot of opportunities before to meet in person, also at the EESC. And yeah, coming back to your question, I mean, the EESC as an institution which is composed of three components of representatives of employers, workers, and other civil society organizations, has been, I would say, a champion calling for reducing poverty. So for us, the first of the Sustainable Development Goals, end poverty in all its forms everywhere, it's actually also, I would say, the objective of our whole committee and of all the three groups. So therefore we have worked in recent years to elaborate proposals to contribute to European policy. And what we see at the moment, of course, I think, I'm sure you have discussed this during the day, is that especially during the crisis, the relative income situation, especially of people in vulnerable situations, has not been improving over the past decade. On the contrary, we have a more serious situation in the recent years. So I think what we have done and what the Commission has done, and I will not repeat what you have said, the other speakers before, went in the right direction, I would say, in the recent years, but it's by far it's not enough. We are convinced that we have to do more also at European level. And my recent, or the best proof for this is a recent experience during the conference on the future of Europe, and we listened to citizens. And the first demand of citizens in the field of social policy was calling for decent jobs, decent work, and especially decent wages, which is, of course, also a demand of my group, of the workers' group. But we could see that this was really the first thing that matters for Europeans. And I could see that they strongly disagree with the position to say Europe has only a complementary role. It's true that social policy should take place at national level, but I think Europe cannot withdraw. On the contrary, it has to play a more active role. And in this respect, we welcomed the recent initiatives of the European Commission. I think our committee was, I think, the first institution that elaborated an opinion, an official opinion, before the Commission came out with its proposal for a minimum wage directive. So we were in general in favor, even if we had disagreement between the groups about the tool. I know directive was our idea as well. The employers are more in favor of a recommendation, but that Europe should be active in this field, I think there was a large agreement. And I would strongly agree with the colleagues who said before, we have to implement this directive as soon as possible to reach the objective, the goal of 80% collective bargaining coverage, which is really ambitious, really ambitious. We have to start immediately. And I can say my experiences in member states are that already now the directive has triggered a lot of negotiations and activities of member states, of governments, together with social partners, to look into solutions how to increase collective bargaining. Because I would agree that collectively agreed wages, social dialogue, collective bargaining is the best way. So statutory minimum wages are the second best way, but unfortunately we need them because in many member states we have a lot of barriers. I would say in some countries also, especially in Central and Eastern European countries, because they followed often the advice of, let's say, American chambers of commerce to implement their system. And now I think they go in the direction to remove barriers for collective bargaining, also for trade unions, which is absolutely right. The second point, when I look back, where the European Union were active, but where we need more action is in the field of cross-border employment. I think if you come to migrant workers and to posted workers, we have a new posting, or relatively new revised posting of workers directive, which is good, but we can still, we have still the results that in many member states, posted workers do not receive the minimum wages or the collectively agreed minimum wages. I would say it's rather, in some countries and in some sectors like the construction sector, it's rather the exception than the rule. I know it from Austria, where we have studies and checks that less than 50% of the workers receive the minimum wages in the country. So this is, I can only call it social dumping. And here we need more controls, we need other tools. To the other points I will come back maybe in the second round, because I would also say for the future Europe need to look into social protection systems and has to improve minimum standards for national social protection systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. And you will get a chance to get back to that point. Thank you for also for bringing in the cross-border dimension, social dumping. There are quite a few lawyers here in the room who I think work on that topic. So we'll now move online to Ludovic Wood, Confederal Secretary at the ETUC, actually in this house. And Ludovic, also for you, what has been the role in the EU so far? And of course, since you are the latest in this first round, you may also want to express your agreement, or even more interestingly, your disagreement with what has been said before. Ludovic, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you. We don't
okay,
and we see you,
Ah.
please, Ludovic.
Okay, great. So thanks for the opportunity, and indeed in the trade union house, and I'm the only one not there, so sorry for that. But I'm in between of meetings. So yeah, reactions and comments from my side. I think yeah, it's clear that recent initiatives are trying to tackle the question of in-work poverty, of poverty in general, and that there are really good steps taken, even if for the moment they are still either projects, either directive that were just adopted and that still need to go into practice, be put into practice rapidly, so that it can improve the situation, the real situation of workers, which is for the moment still not the case. But even these different good initiatives from the past few years, we can say didn't really recover all the bad effects of what has been done with a decade of austerity measures at member states level, also promoted by the European institutions. And so, yeah, often if I look at the question if how the effect of policies on eradicating poverty or in-work poverty, what I would say is that often we see that before trying to put in place plans to eradicate poverty, it seems that policymakers are creating poverty also, or stimulating it. So I don't think it's the right approach. So if, for example, you cut unemployment benefits, put in place low social protection systems, you put, of course, a lot of pressure on unemployed, on workers, on working poor, to accept any working conditions. So it push a lot workers to accept a lot of precarious situations or flexible situations where their rights are not always respected. And that's why maybe it links to what Oliver wanted to speak about on social protection. But we think that high level of social protection systems protect workers against in work poverty, because then it also um, oblige employers to well, it protects workers because, of course, they can refuse bad working conditions that would be proposed to them, but it also oblige employers to propose to attract workers to propose good working conditions. So attacks on social protection systems in the last decade has been really problematic, and we need to rebuild and reinforce these social protection systems, unemployment benefit, etc. So for this, clear that austerity measures are not the answer to that. It's clear also that a mechanism that was put in place, like SURE, to support workers and companies is a good start. But even in a good initiative like this one, there are loopholes. If we look at workers that were protected, of course, they did not lose their jobs, because, and that's already a good reason to support such a mechanism. But of course, they lost income because of the income compensation scheme in their countries are based. If you look at Belgium, for example, you get 70% of your wage when you don't work, and there's a maximum you can get. So often it means that workers during the COVID crisis only got 55% of their wage on the day that were compensated. So of course it's better than to lose the job, but it's important if we want to reinforce social Europe and this kind of initiative to take into account all these loopholes. A lot of what was said on minimum wage and collective bargaining, I will of course agree completely with them, and it's really important to reinforce this initiative and put them into practice. But I won't comment further. Maybe to go also on non-standard work, which are those who are the most vulnerable on the labor market and those more at risk of being in work poverty, like part-time, mostly women, of course, workers in a lot of sectors that are not really profitable, that do not make a lot of benefit, get low wages. But we can also think about bogus self-employment and platform work, where also there's a lot of you have to work a lot of hours to get and to reach the equivalent of a minimum wage, and there initiatives like the directive on platform work is also highly supported, even if we want even to reinforce the proposed draft on the table. But such initiatives are really important to put in place, because maybe to conclude, we see situations now with the cost of living crisis, energy bills exploding. We see situations where workers who have a contract put themselves in sick leave because they cannot just afford to go to work to pay for the fuel to tank the auto, or they just cannot eat their house, they cannot fill their fridge. And in this situation, moving to work is problematic. And so this is really worrying things that we can see with the explosion of energy bills. And this is something where policymakers should also act to make sure that energy bills are capped, that there's a limit on the profit that is done on energy and that it's not financed by workers. Maybe to conclude, not answering to in-work poverty and poverty in general, the problem that people face, is also a political problem, because it also fuels it fuels the extreme right discourse. It also fuels the anti-migrant discourse, because people that are in, or the anti-unemployed discourse, because people who are in difficult situation but who work and who try to, who have a difficult life but who works every day, they look at those who are just, those they see, and the competition that is put by the fact that there's social dumping, not a lot of respect for the rights of migrant workers, puts in difficulty, of course, the support of working people to the policies put in place, and this fuels a lot the support for the far right. So it's also an important political question that we have to tackle. Social Europe is also the way to reinforce democracy and the response of working people.
Merci beaucoup, Ludovic. Merci beaucoup, Ludovic. Thanks to all the panelists for those first interventions. I have batteries of questions here, but I want to check with the room. And before that, I noticed from your body language, Özlem, that you wanted to react to some of the points. So those who have the most body language get to talk first. So please, Özlem, the floor is yours. And then let's see if there are some questions from the audience or on the chat. I don't know, somebody is monitoring the chat. I think, let's see if there's anything out there. Özlem, please. Very briefly, 2 minutes.
Okay, I try it in 2 minutes. Maybe it won't surprise you that I want to react to Anna and Business Europe. She said, when I understand her rightly, the EU is not the legitimate player for social politics. It's competences of the member states, and she is not happy about the minimum wage directive. And I can answer, yes, the EU is not, and no one is calling for it, that the EU should do all the social system and just the social politics for all the member states, and no one is calling for this. But what we are calling for is to have real standards, minimum standards all over Europe. When I hear, for example, speeches from Business Europe, or when I hear speeches even from Commissioner von der Leyen, I always hear that Europe is the place of wealth and that Europe is rich. And I have to say that, yes, Europe is very rich, but we have a lot of people in Europe who are living in poverty, even in work poverty. And this is not a question of the statistic, like you said, it's a real situation. And just saying creating jobs will bring people to have a better life is not working, because this was the argumentation in the past. This was also the argumentation for austerity politics or for reforms we had, for example, in Germany. And the results of these negative reforms of cutbacks, the social security systems, was that we have now more people living in work poverty or in poverty in general. So this is not right, and I have to say that I'm disagreeing with you at this point. And I was sometimes missing, because we had this debate also on the negotiations of the minimum wage directive. I was sometimes missing Business Europe saying the same when, for example, the European institutions called for austerity politics. Like I said in the beginning, before 10, 15 years, we had the European Union calling the member states to cut back collective bargaining systems in their member states. And there you didn't say it's a question of the social partners. You said, yes, do it. It's the right way. So I have to say this is also double standards in this point. And maybe just for the end, what we really need to be not too long at this moment, I think what we need is also a change in the treaties of the European Union. Because now we have the freedom of capital, the freedom of goods in the primary league, but what about social systems? What about the social security systems in the member states? Here we need really a social progress protocol and the treaties, and I could say a lot of more things, but let me say in the end, if you want to fight in work poverty, you have also to fight against poverty in general, and you need strong social security systems. It's not like this, that when you have not strong social security systems and bring people to work, it will be automatically good work. It will be automatically good wages. No, it is belonging together, so it's very important.
Okay, thank you very much, Özlem. And I would like you to maybe respond, but also there is, just to point out that in the policy recommendations of this project, there is a reference, quite a lot of emphasis on the problematic access of non-standard workers to lifelong learning, to vocational education and training and some such. And so there is the policy recommendation to have to invite the social partners, the European social partners, to have an agreement on that topic. And similarly, the recommendation to the European social partners, and I will give the floor in a moment to Ludovic Voet also to comment on that, to adopt a joint resolution or another soft law initiative to encourage the participation of social partners in the national debates on EU poverty. If there is any of these topics you would like to comment on. Anna, please, 2 minutes. There must be a microphone highlighted some. Yes, there is a microphone highlighted, please. Sorry, colleague here on the...
Sorry. Thank you. Many questions and yes, so that's why I would like to maybe pick 2 points. The first one is social protection systems, national competence. They need to be strong, but they need to be also efficient. This is what we call for. There is a growing needs and changing needs in the modern labor market with flexible work, which is can be beneficial for both workers and employers, and we need that. So this will not change. So this is absolutely valid question to ask how we can ensure access to social protection for all, how we can ensure that this is adequate, how we can ensure that this doesn't explode public budgets. And these are really very serious considerations that we as employers who finance social security systems try to answer. We've recently published a short paper on financing social protection where we put our ideas. So I encourage you to have a look at our website. We also look at the not cutting social protection benefits, but on assessing them, assessing efficiency, reallocating if needed. Maybe also doing some savings. These are absolutely crucial things, especially in the situation of a demographic change, aging populations, and at the same time shortages on the labor market. And the second point maybe on posting of workers directive that Olivier has mentioned. We believe we have everything what we need. Now is the question of enforcement. There is always an abuse. There are always, unfortunately, cases of abuse, and employers are against it, and we want to eradicate it. So we believe that, in fact, effective inspections, that's the way to go forward. Improvement in implementation of posting of workers directive and enforcement directive, but not a revision, because employers need stability. And if we will be playing around with legislation all the time, this is something that is very difficult for us. Therefore, we really welcome the first meeting of ELA Forum on posting of workers that will take place in Bratislava in March, because we think this is a great forum for discussion between cross-industry, social partners, experts, also the labor inspectorates on the topic. And the last point about the ideas for social partners, joint actions, I think we appreciate that. I think Ludovic and us, we hear it, but we will take it, on board when the time comes. Recently, we work on our joint work program with many ambitious projects, like, for example, telework negotiations. So we do have a lot of things to do before we take new ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ludovic, back to you. I heard a positive signal from Anna with regard to, I don't know which tool, but within European social dialogue to tackle or to respond to the issue of in work poverty. Any comment from your end, briefly, please? 2 minutes.
Yeah, of course, welcome to have this discussion, and indeed we need to conclude the negotiation on telework and right to disconnect. I think this can also bring additional rights to workers in all situations, so not only in work for working post for sure, but this is something that we want to bring a concrete solution rapidly with in a few months. I would like to come back on the social protection schemes because indeed employers finance social protection schemes, but statistics shows also that employers finance less and less social protection schemes, and that citizens and workers' contributions to these, either through direct contributions from workers, either from taxes, so public money, increase social protection. And while on the last decades, what we see is an explosion and an increase of subsidies to companies. Subsidies to companies, of course, to help them in difficult economic situation. This, of course, can happen, but often these measures are also untargeted and ineffective, and with no conditions on on job creation, job retention, or at least no job destruction. So the question of conditionality of funds also at European level, there's a lot of money that has been put in place to support companies at national and European level. I think here we also have to discuss about effectiveness of these measures, because there's really more that has been put in the last few years than on reinforcing social protection schemes. That's from my side.
Merci beaucoup, Ludovic. Okay. I saw Oliver who wants to jump back in. Just before we do that, I want to see whether there are questions in the room. And I already want to give to Jiri, there have been at least 3 references to the role of the EU institutions, I suppose, notably the European Commission, in pushing for austerity policies and thereby aggravating in-work poverty. I don't know if you would like to comment on that. And then there is, of course, the minimum income initiative that is upcoming. Recommendation, directive, question mark. Maybe, Alva, you would like to comment on that. But let's first see if there are 2 hands interventions from the room, because we have 10 more minutes or so. So if there is... Professor Schoukens, the floor is yours. Brief questions, please.
Okay, 3 brief questions.
2 very brief questions.
I would like to know the position from the social partners on some of the atypical work groups, like platform workers and self-employed people, who do not feel always represented by the traditional social partners. I mean, if the flex labor market is growing, that number is growing, how are we going to address this, and what is your review and position on that? And then the second one, well, yeah, I mean, I may have to make a choice. I will make a choice. I also had a question on social protection standards, but I will not deal with it. It's being discussed. In this project, what I've felt over the years is that the division line between work and non-work is getting blurred. But if you look at the guarantees at the European Union level, I mean, workers are in a way better protected in free movement. There is free access to other countries. Non-workers, the Residence Directive, you have to show you will not become a burden. And of course, this is being challenged and addressed in case law, but the division is still made. But what do we do with workers now, where the income is low, and where you can ask yourself, do they genuinely work or are they non-working? So the line between work and non-work is getting more and more unclear. And that's, for instance, in platform work, but we also see it in other ways. Or to say differently, we may get confronted with a higher group of atypical workers, flex workers with low incomes, who may become a burden upon the host state. So is that kind of division between work and non-work, is it not completely outdated? And should we not move to what we heard this afternoon, to a more approach of social citizenship, which is for European citizens, and how to address this blurring line?
Thank you very much, Paul. Other questions from the room? Please, Mr. Corti.
Yes, maybe I just ask the third question.
Oh, you agreed on this before, right? Okay.
No, it will be very general actually. And now we come soon with a report from the European Commission on access to social protection, recommendation, implementation. Maybe the stakeholders around the table can comment on that. But from the Commission side, what should we expect from this report first? And from the other actors, especially social partners, the European Economic and Social Committee, but also the European Parliament and NGO, okay, are we happy with this Council recommendation, or we want the EU to do more on access to social protection? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Francesco, and thank you, Paul. Any other, one last question? Are we good? No questions on the chat, just to be sure. I don't know who's following that. No?
Bart, we are not following the chat anymore, sorry.
And then the floor is to the people who came to the audience. No? We're good to go? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so since Francesco Corti addressed the social NGO, no, we were first going to go back to the to you, Oliver. So please.
Thank you, Bart. Three very brief points. First of all, I would agree. It's now it's now about the enforcement of the Posting of Workers Directive, but this doesn't mean that we can leave it exclusively to member states. And I think the ELA is should be the right instrument to tackle this. We have some doubts that it has the right competences, enough competences, but I think as a first step, it should at least highlight the problems and really make the problems transparent. Because we have it in member states, but we have the problem of cross-border enforcement. And without going in details, we have even the problem in the single market. If a country fines companies that do not respect minimum wages and decent working conditions, that those countries come under pressure from the European Court of Justice, because they say it's not proportionate sometimes and it's not in line with the rules of the single market. I think this has to be rectified. This is, for me, absolutely unacceptable. The second point, you mentioned again the recommendation on minimum income. In the committee, we adopted an opinion, but years ago we were calling for a legally binding directive. But nevertheless, we are now commenting also on this proposal, and in general we support it and we welcome this. I think in the proposal there are a lot of positive suggestions, including for income support and for increased investment in the authorities responsible for minimum income provisions. But the recommendation from our point of view fails to propose how to ensure the adequacy of the minimum income. I think here we have still a lot of work to do. And by the way, there's also a problem to deal with the regulation of in-work benefits to avoid the real risk of simply, let's say, subsidizing businesses that pay low wages. I think this is also important. The last point I wanted to make, because our committee has been calling for a long time also for European action on minimum wages for the national unemployment systems, unemployment insurances, because this is clearly a national competence, I would agree, and we never ask for harmonizing the systems. But I think looking into the different systems, we can see there are huge differences. We have countries like Hungary, at least 2 years ago when we adopted the directive, our opinion. In Hungary, you could see that even workers who paid decades in the unemployment system were only entitled to 90 days of unemployment benefits, which is a scandal. And there is a correlation between social benefits and low wages in the end. This is clear, because people then are forced to accept low wages, in-work poverty wages. And other countries, I think also including Belgium, which have more, I would say, more reliable and sustainable solutions for this. So we were calling, the whole committee were calling for a European action on this. We said in the first step it could be a recommendation, it could be a benchmark system, and if this doesn't work, then we even have to come to binding minimum standards. And just as a last sentence, I think there are 4 components. The net replacement rate has to be tackled, and there should be a minimum standard, a net replacement rate of unemployment benefits, the coverage rate, and this is important also for atypical workers, because then you can see that in many countries the coverage rate is low because atypical workers are often not covered by the traditional systems. The duration of benefit entitlement, there should be a bottom line, and last but not least, also the right to qualification and training. I think this would be necessary, and I'm really waiting that the Commission will pick up our proposal, at least in a, let's say, in a communication. I know with the minimum wage you did already a very, very good job, but I think it should be one of your next initiatives. Thank you.
Well, the Commission is here and it can respond straight away. There is also the comment from Paul Schaukes about whether work and non-work is not becoming a bit outdated as concepts and whether we should go to a social citizenships concept. Please, Jiri. And you may comment on the EU's role in pushing austerity, but you can also decide to leave that for the next conference. Thank you. Somebody has their microphone on.
Thank you. Commission takes note of your proposals. And will continue to take note. No, seriously, there were a few points in relation to access to social protection mentioned. Indeed, there is a report coming on the implementation. I mean, the access to social protection, it's still a relatively young recommendation. I think we have to understand, and this is what member states often refer to, that reforms in this area take a relatively long time to design and implement, and this is simply a fact. And on what is in the report, I mean, you will see. Obviously, I will not. There's no space to talk about that. But the picture is mixed. Yeah? Obviously, there are member states who start to take action, but there are also some that do not act upon some elements of the recommendation. But what I wanted to highlight is that again, this is the first report on, and we will obviously continue to monitor and discuss with member states, with the Social Protection Committee and other fora, how to ensure its implementation. Implementation of the recommendation. Actually, just to highlight that the report will come out at the eve of the conference that is dedicated to the results of the high-level reflection group on the future of welfare state in Europe. That is chaired by Anna Diamantopoulou, and will present at that event. Will present its report and its recommendations on what they think the future of EU welfare should where it should go. So that take it as a teaser or invitation to follow up. I think it's possible to sign up even virtually. And also remark on the minimum income. Actually, in the minimum income recommendation, the part of adequacy is, at least by my reading, the most straightforward and the most clear of all the among the other parts. It calls very simply to bring up the levels of adequacy to the level of at risk of poverty threshold, or at the level of nationally defined basket of goods and services that ensures access to certain services. And by our experience and what we know from definitions of these baskets and goods and services, they are usually well above the poverty thresholds. Whenever there was an attempt to define those, these were usually higher. Okay. So it's very strong. It's a very strong call, and we have been very pleased that this is a part of the recommendation that member states actually did not contest, and it was adopted in the council. Okay. You need to with one vote against, unfortunately.
You need to wrap up.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Jiri. So there was a question on the Council recommendation access to social protection, references to the minimum income recommendation, and the question was, is this enough? Alva, I'm sure you agree.
No, no, we don't think it's enough. Yeah, in October, the Commission and the SPC released a joint report on minimum income, and adequacy has been stagnating for over a decade. I think as well, in terms of the green transition, jobs becoming obsolete, people needing to retrain, new green jobs being created, the changing world of work. We just don't have time for a soft touch approach like the council recommendation actually. We need to make sure that adequacy is a priority across the board in the member states, and I don't think a council recommendation is going to do that, unfortunately. We need something legally binding. We were very happy that on Tuesday the Employment Committee called for a directive in their report, so thank you. And I think that's an acknowledgement that maybe there will be room politically in the future, including maybe after the next elections, to get that over the line. It has to be made a priority, and it hasn't. And I think it's fine to say we're doing well, which is that some people haven't been pushed to the edge because of the cost of living crisis, and there have been some measures put in place, but they're not long-term measures, and some of them are not targeted at all. There are also certain groups of people in vulnerable situations who are still totally not served by the minimum income schemes that we have now. I think it always surprises me that we still haven't managed to achieve a general standard, for example, for people with disabilities who want to work part-time but still get disability benefits, and that is still a major thing that is stopping people with disabilities to go to work all over Europe. And if we had a minimum income directive with that in there, everybody would just have to take that step. So there are some very obvious solutions, and I think if it's left up to member states, lots of them just don't want to touch their minimum income schemes on their own. So for us, a directive is very important, and it's usually the people who are most served by minimum income schemes who are the least represented politically. And I think this is why we haven't gotten that change. But for the next election, we'll be campaigning on it.
Thank you very much. We need to wrap up soon, even though we could, of course, continue for a long time about these important topics. But there is one final question that has not been answered. Atypical workers maybe don't feel represented by the traditional social partners. So, Ludovic, if you're still out there, would you like to comment on that question from Paul Scoukens? Oh, he seems to be gone. Anna, would you like to comment on that question?
I'm sorry, I don't really think it's for me. It's rather for Ludovic. So we will be always happy to, negotiate with the representative trade unions, and we respect their membership, of course.
I understand. Would anybody like to comment on that question on the panel? No. We'll have to keep that question, Paul, for the next conference. So, okay. Running out of time, so I have to wrap it up here. I want to thank Özlem and Alva, Anna, Jiri, Oliver, Ludovic, who had to leave us for this very exciting exchange. We would have needed a bit more time, I think, to wrap up some more points, but it is always like that. We hope that you will pick up some of the policy proposals that have come out of this 3-year project. And so the only thing that I can now do is hand over to Luca Ratti, and I think that I can abuse the fact that I'm chairing here to thank Luca on behalf of all the consortium partners for the effective leadership and strong intellectual guidance over the past 3 years. So thank you. The last word is yours, Luca. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Promise I will be very brief. It has been such a fruitful and long day and discussion. Final remarks is, first of all, about thanking people. I would like to thank, first of all, Ose as the organizer, the physical organizer of this conference, but overall the entire consortium of the Worky project. This is also well represented by this brochure that you can find in the material. In the last page, we see that how rich was the Working Yet Poor project so far. The discussions we had were not only amongst us. It was not just an academic game, not at all. We had so many occasions to go out and talk to people, meaning stakeholders at national level and at European level, also meaning policymakers. We had constant exchanges with governmental officers here and there, and with the European Commission as well. This resulted in a very rich research project. As I mentioned this morning, we produced thousands of pages, but we would like now to get back to these resources that we have. So it was decided yesterday in the project meeting that the website of the project, so workingyetpoor.eu, will stay. It will stay for the next years. We are committed to upload all the documents that we have produced so far. It will not happen immediately tomorrow morning because we need some approvals from the Research and Innovation Service of the Commission, but it will happen quite soon, I would say. This will go along with videos and books and articles that are already out there, and the final book will come out probably after summer. Two last points. Challenges ahead, first one. Well, challenges ahead are many. Some have been mentioned already in your discussion here, but also have been mentioned throughout the entire day. I have some obsessions myself about challenges ahead. One of them is about demography. The demographic structure of our societies are dramatically important to understand what we're talking about. Secondly, the lifetime perspective, so the longitudinal approach, meaning the inward poverty persistence beyond the simple indicators that we have nowadays. It was repeatedly mentioned the need to elaborate more efficient indicators. I get the point that made by the Commission today, that indicators are quite good. There was a political choice behind from 2003, but still the world has changed, so we need more efficient indicators, and for this we are there exactly to provide expertise. Third challenge, we need more detailed analysis on many topics, including working mobility, including housing issues, including the unemployment, underemployment continuum. And we need to further reconceptualize the idea of EU social citizenship, which was the object of one of our sessions today. Last point is probably the final question, at least for us lawyers, but I believe also for policymakers. Are we sure that inward poverty is just an externality of our labor market? Are we sure that it's just an exception, a negative externality? Because my feeling, and there's growing literature about this, is that more and more inward poverty is becoming a structural element of our labor markets. It was not the case 10, 15 years ago. It is becoming the case, particularly in countries where inward poverty rates is more than 12, 13, 14%. So the growing literature about structural injustice and structural inequalities, I think, should be picked up and gets us all, I believe, back to the question, what is the role of the law? So how can policy, and particularly social policy, change to effectively combat inward poverty? Sometimes we have seen, some articles are now in the pipeline from the consortium, that the law, instead of combating, is favoring inward poverty. It's a side effect, but still it is there. So one of the main challenges for us lawyers would be to have policies and legal responses that are better suitable and usable to effectively combat inward poverty. This is not an adieu, I would say it's an au revoir. Particularly, we will take all the materials and all the discussions we had so far during this conference and during the 3 years of the project to further relaunch some more research on the topic. Thanks very much to all. I wish you a nice evening.